nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life, looking for inspiration all the time, looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for, hey!
Alrighty, folks. We're gonna give this one more try. Yeah, so I know just checking things out here to make sure everything's running smooth, but so far so good. Up timer's up. We're gonna be keeping an eye on that. I've been doing some testing over on YouTube. It's full disclosure, full transparency. If this happens one more time, I'm leaving it up to Twitch at this point. All right. Yeah, definitely get the cross fingers out there. If we get another Saturday stream, and this one's no exception, if it gets stepped on, even for the slightest bit here, I'm done streaming on Saturdays here on Twitch. That's more or less, I'm going to be focusing more on YouTube, I guess, as far as if that ends up being the case. So it's up to you, Twitch. That's kind of where I'm at with this, because I'm done dealing with their support, or lack thereof. They always seem to want to believe, I guess, as far as it's a problem that's on my end. I've confirmed as much as I care to want to, I guess, as far as to ensure them, I guess, as far as it is not on my end. But the fact that it did have the video freeze as far as on Truckin' Tuesday this past week, maybe not this past week, but it did happen on a Truckin' Tuesday. I forget which when it happened, but it did happen during a week, during the weekly streams there as well. So it's not just on Saturdays. So anyway, that's where I'm at, I guess, as far as with that. So for like I said, full disclosure, full transparency, for anybody that has been supporting the stream here on Twitch, that is my motions, I guess, as far as for the near future. So it's really comes down to whether or not the stream gets stepped on or not. So that's where we're at. Here we go. Some trucking guy, race for game. Yeah, you get the cross the fingers emotes out there for sure. I'd like to remain streaming, I guess, as far as on Twitch platform, just as long as it doesn't step on things. So again, there's, like I said, it really comes down to it's in their balls in their court, right? So alright, so just still getting some things loaded up here. I've had some ideas, I guess, as far as for this Tier 1 concession thing. I guess they call it a pavilion for the most part. Yeah, so I've done a little bit of work on that. I've gone back to where we finished off, I guess, as far as the last stream for this. And I've come to the conclusion I'm going to add a little bit more detail, model-wise, I guess, as far as to make it make this object here look a little bit better. So we're going to go ahead and yeah, so yeah, you got the crayons and all that stuff there. Feel free to use those. They are there for your disposal. Okay. Mind if you spam a bit? You know, if you want to play the mini chat games and all that stuff, that's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that. Just kind of keep it to a minimum, you know. There are some things that people would still like to see, I guess, on the stream. That's, you know, it's more or less just call it a courtesy or what have you. I don't mind. I don't mind at all, I guess, as far as playing the mini chat game just to keep the chat rolling, even, if it does tend to get kind of stale. But for example, I guess as far as having the chat overlay, I guess on there, it tends to kind of conceal, I guess, as far as some of the things that are happening on the stream. So just be aware of that, I guess, as well. Just use a little bit of logic and common sense, I guess. And that goes for anybody that wants to spam in the chat. Most of the times I will cue people, like when people sub or whatever, to go ahead and spam something in there, I guess, as far as to show our appreciation for that. So it's more or less using common sense, as far as that goes. When I'm covering something like on the stream that is, super informative, might stand a reason, whatever, not to spam the chat. And particularly with having an overlay. I like having the overlay on there, just again, full transparency. It's more or less for post-stream, as far as in the VODs. A lot of times what happens is the chat replay goes away after a certain amount of time. So you don't have all the chat that's going on, I guess, as far as in the VODs, moving into the future. So that's a big part of the reason why I like to have the chat overlay on the stream. It's more or less for, post-archive, as far as the VOD goes. So again, just full disclosure, full transparency, just there's a method to my madness as far as the things that I have going on here in the channel. So my fave, David chat. Yeah, well, sometimes chat can get a little bit dazed, I guess, as far as, because some of the stuff that I do cover on here, obviously it gets a little bit monotonous even. So it's understandable. Some of this stuff is very repetitive and not very interesting to some people. So, but I do appreciate those that tend to hang out in the chat, even in the lurking capacity, and I'd like to continue to do that. But it's definitely going to be up to it's going to be up to Twitch, I guess, for doing that. The day is going by so far. We're just getting started here. So we're only about 5 minutes in the stream. So yeah, I was just mentioning as far as how it's really going to be up to Twitch whether or not I remain on their platform on Saturdays. I'm getting real tired, I guess, as far as the fact that it stepped on the 4-year Twitch anniversary. Wasn't happy about that, not at all. So, but I'm going to leave that VOD just the way it is. I reviewed it, I guess, as far as post stream for the 4-year Twitch anniversary, and if that's the way they want to repay me by using their platform, I guess, as far as for such an extended period of time. That's just going to go to show me that they don't want me on it very bad. So, and they would rather support more of these up-and-coming streamers, I guess, on their platform. I do have some plans, though. Like I said, I guess, as far as I've done some research, I guess, as far as potentially streaming on YouTube. Without removing my affiliation, I guess, as far as with Twitch, there are stipulations, I guess, as far as to be able to do it on more than one platform, with certain stipulations, I guess, as far as, and as far as their agreement. So I would be fully in my own right, I guess, as far as to be able to do that without them finding it necessary to revoke my affiliation. So yeah, so I'm just kind of spinning around here. One of the things I did notice too, and I went all the way back, I did do some updates to this here. I went back to where we finished off last time we streamed this building. So we got it back to this point, so it's all where it was. But I did play around, I guess, as far as with being able to have transparency on the doors, to be able to make it visible from the inside, and what it would take, I guess, as far as to make that look better. One of the other things I noticed, and you'll probably notice it too, some of the shading that I did apply, as far as the UV mapping of the texture to it, we got them both in relatively the same area on the texture. So I got the texture up here, so we're mapped basically in the same area. I would have to move that. So I did make some adjustments to the texture to basically do that. And it would just matter, that other gable end, I would just have to put it up here, so that we don't have that shading on both sides. We only need it on the one gable end. So let's where would I? There we go. So yeah, on this end we needed it, and this side we do not. Now this is just fabricated shading. It is not utilizing ambient occlusion. And on top of doing that, now it looks fine. It doesn't look too bad, I guess, as far as with it closed, personally, but to make this opened up, it kind of looks a little bit flat, you know, using that term kind of loosely, I guess, as far as when we add the transparency to the doors and have it opened up. So what I'm probably going to end up doing for this one, because it's so much more visible as far as on the track, which we got the track loaded up here. So in coming in through turn one, if the doors are open, and depending on which camera view that you're in, or even from the track perspective, we need a little bit more depth, I guess, as far as where the door actually is while it's open. And it'll make sense as I go through this, but yeah, when I went through that whole motion, I guess, as far as to add the transparency to the doors, to have them open during race session, for example, it just didn't look right. So, yeah. Okay. Chatbot's working, that's cool. Very nice. Good to see that. So that's going to be our main focus here today, at least anyway. Alright, just making sure. For some reason, I have to always go back to the Twitch chat, and a lot of times it won't want to scroll. Kind of annoying. I don't know what's up with that crap. A lot of it, I think, has to do with the fact that you're able to pop it out, and yeah, sometimes I gotta get it to scroll. It won't scroll for me. No matter if I use just pull it down manually, I guess, as far as with the mouse or not. Speaking of which, I forgot to turn this guy on. Let's do that. And I did turn that off for Twitch anniversary. I'm gonna turn that back on here. Give me a moment. I gotta adjust some things from that. You got another new PC? I know you said you were working on one for the keto or something, right? Where did my hold on. Yeah, there it is. There should be. Not where I put that darn thing. Cool beans. Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue yesterday, I guess, as far as with the for some reason, with the video capture, I guess, as far as on the gaming PC to the streaming PC. I had to restart the stream in order to that was definitely an issue. That was my own. I screwed up. So the video capture is obviously plugged in. You know, it's all plugged into the PC, and I must have bumped, I guess, the PC. I guess as far as in the process of starting stream yesterday for Fireman Friday, and I did hear the audible, I guess, as far as that something disconnected. I just couldn't tell what it was, and I was already had already started the stream, and come to find out, I guess it was the video capture. So I ended up ending stream, starting it back up really quick, and there we go. That was a problem on my end. I totally take full blame on that, but stream went really good Friday for Fireman Friday. I was able to go for a good 6 hours or so, and yeah, it turned out good. But I think one of the first things I want to do to this model, with what I've already explained thus far, is to redo the mapping on this side. That should be pretty easy. So we want to go into this part. Yep, and then we want to unwrap that. Yeah, open up the UV editor, sweet. So we got all of our wire for this part of the model. And I'm gonna bring in their texture, there we go. So we can see where this is modeled, or UV map. We just want to move the one side up here. We want to do so it doesn't have that shading on there, so it'll be independent in that regard. Oh, for yourself now, nice. Got a Ryzen CPU EVGA RTX 3050. Oh wow, so that's right up there with what I've got. I got a 3060. 64 gig? I didn't even know they made them that big. Mine's a 12 gig DDR5. That's interesting. So they obviously are making some offshoots. You know, some economy, I guess, versions, I guess, of the 30 series. Runs 3D Max with your dream. Yeah, I bet. Been eyeballing the 3080. Yeah, I'm not willing to take a Yeah, I'm already mortgaged. I use that term loosely, mortgaged on this new gaming PC. I'm going to be paying on this for the rest of my damn life. Yeah, they need to come way down on the price of those 3080s and 3090s. Next to $1,000, I guess, as far as for those. So yeah, that's kind of ridiculous in my opinion. I mean, they're good cards. Don't get me wrong. I've had the privilege of working on gaming and whatever on a system that has one in there, and they're nice. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're worth as much as they want for them. And it's just the market, right? They need to come down extremely, and by extremely, like maybe about $500. It'd be nice. It's wishful thinking, I'm sure. I just don't understand, I guess, as far as all the premium, markup, I guess, as far as it gets applied to such things. Kind of ridiculous. Can't get a new PC with these prices. I mean, they are starting to come down. I just, unfortunately, in hindsight, with getting this PC here, the same PC, if I was to get it now, even as we speak, would have probably been about $500 less. Yeah, that's just the way the market has gone. It's like I got it during a time where the prices on GPUs and stuff like that was just stupid high. So it is what it is now. The only thing I can do is I'm gonna be holding on to this PC. I'm gonna be running this into the ground just like I have my other PC that's been repaired. So until either one of them puke, as far as completely die to me, that's one I'm gonna be stuck with for a while, because I don't see stuff coming down there anytime soon. Alright, so with the UV mapping open here, we need to select all these guys. Yeah, I should be able to turn that back on. There we go. You can see what we're highlighting. Make sure we get all the pieces here. For this side, there we go. So all that's selected. Deselect that. So we still got them selected. To just toggle that off. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Torch. It's been a while since we've had to chat. I remember you did say that. Trucking Guy's got an Xbox Series X. But good considering it was the price of PC graphics card. Right. And that's something that I've come to the realization, I guess, as far as, I've stressed my displeasure, I guess, as far as for cross-play games. Much the same with games like, even hurts me to say this anymore, Wreckfest. I was playing that game for so long, not realizing until I actually played on a console, right, with the same wheel, same settings that I do on the PC, and I was able to accomplish a lot of the challenges, especially in the tournament aspect. They're much easier than I can on a PC. That's what's pushed me to this. I don't even want to play with that game anymore. I'm just washing my hands of that. It's just like when I read, and even further, when I reached out to the developer to understand what I came to find there, and whether or not they'd be willing, I guess, to level it out, so that it'd be the same amount of effort put into it on a PC as compared to a console. They didn't seem to want to budge on that. So like, well, I guess you don't want me to support your game anymore. So that's where I'm at with that one. That's why on Wednesdays we tend to play other games, I guess, as far as besides Wreckfest. Yeah, that was a huge downer to me to find out that they're designing the game more to be compliant with a console, right? So I got a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth, I guess, as far as for console players, especially from the game developer standpoint. That's a little bit ridiculous, if you ask me. To make a game more easier to accomplish things on a console than on a PC, that's just stupid. Anyway, that's just my little soapbox disagreement there, I guess, as far as with that. One or two a week, so he changes his PCs out, I guess, quite frequently then, right there. Torch. BB, whoa, what? Yeah, so trying some new stuff there. Is that gonna work or not? I don't know. To see you loaded the LiDAR for Texas and had no hesitation. I mean, yeah. Really, it comes down to graphics is a big thing, I guess, as far as with doing this type of stuff that I've got loaded here even. But to RAM is probably another thing. Yeah, so if you got the CPU, GPU, and the RAM all nice and beefy, as far as robust. You don't have to necessarily go completely hog wild and overboard, but that's definitely going to help it, not hesitate and chug and whatever. Especially when you're streaming this stuff, that's for sure. Bot likes barbecue. Did it work out? Yeah, I guess so. I guess he gave you 55. That's about half a shot. You can get 100 as the max there, so yeah, I guess he does kind of like barbecue. It's good to know. Xbox 360. Mine was PS2. PS2 was the last console I ever bought, and you can date that, I guess, as far as that. We're talking what, 2007, 2008, somewhere in that time frame. That's the last time I ever bought it. So my first PC I built in like 2011, somewhere in that time frame, something like that. No, it had to have been before that, because I know in 2008 is when I had my first PC built, and I tried out games like there were certain games like iRacing that I had gotten. Yeah, so 2008 is when that. So yeah, when I was doing, so it had to have been about 2008. Yeah, so previous to 2008, which would be around 2006, 2007. That's the last console I ever had. Never turned back. Never turned back. And then even more so, it just solidifies, I guess, as far as my, the fact that most consoles, on average, they cost, anywhere from $700-800, depending on where you go, where you get it. And the fact that at this day and age, they tend to cost about as much as a video card. Okay? When you're talking about the whole package, I guess, as far as the whole PC, you got your tower, and not even considering all the, the accents to it, all the RGB and all that stuff, just the bare bones hardware, right? To spend that much money on a PC, and games like Wreckfest are going to design them, I guess, to favor, I guess, a console, and put that restriction on a PC. That's baloney. I won't support shit like that. Sorry, I just won't do it. Anyway, we needed to, so we got these all selected. We need to open that. So this is what we got all selected. So all we need to do is just shift drag this up in this region, like so. And all I did straight up there, because so it's just going to line up much the same as it will on the other gable end, on this gable end. So we deselect that. Now we won't have that shading on this end. But yet we still have the alignment of all the ribs on this side is much the same as we do on this side. That was the only thing we were kind of trying to there. So pretty simple fix on that. Alright, we're going to call that good for now on the wrapping. Built your first computer in 85, Apple IIe. Wow. Did you keep it? That thing's probably going to be worth some damn money now. I still have your Wii. Holy crap! I used to have a Nintendo. Yeah, if I had to go back and remember all the, so I've had a, the base Nintendo. I had a Super Nintendo. I had the GameCube. A lot of Nintendos, and I had the Sega Genesis for a brief stint. I didn't care for it. A lot of the games that were available for Sega Genesis, I didn't care for. I guess I was too spoiled over the Nintendo stuff. What I have seen, what the latest Nintendo Switch can do, like, holy crap. The Switch, I guess in this day and age, will actually play a lot of the even non-Nintendo games like Sega and so on. So there's a lot of conglomeration, I guess, as far as with that, from what I've seen. You have a Nintendo still, the original Nintendo? I wish I had mine still. I had the robot and all that stuff as well. Way back when. We're talking, yeah, what was that? Probably about 85. Maybe even refactor that. Sold it for a new laptop, Switch. Yeah. So what I've come to find with some people that I know that have either Switch or a Steam Deck, they're very competitive, I guess, as far as what they're able to do. Steam Deck is really a cool thing. So, like, if you've got any Steam games, this is what I've seen anyway. If you've got any Steam games, you can play most of all, if not all, of your Steam games on that deck, on that Steam Deck. But right now they're kind of on a back order. It's still, I guess, still relatively pretty fresh. But from what I've been able to see that Steam Deck do, like, holy crap, that's nuts to be able to play your PC games on, you know, that are all tied to Steam, your Steam account. You log into that and you can play them on that very compact version. That's pretty wicked. Granted, I don't think it's necessarily all the games you can play on that Steam Deck just yet, but there are different capacities that you can buy a Steam Deck for, as far as storage and so on. So depending on how much, you know, what caliber of Steam Deck that you buy is going to determine what it's going to be capable of playing based on your Steam game. Yeah, your Switch sold that. You had a GameCube as well? Yeah, I had one of those. I did acquire an Xbox through somebody that was moving near me here, as far as he was just going to throw it out. It's I'm not 100% sure which one. I think it's the S series. I'm not sure with all the different. I'm not as familiar with the Xbox stuff there, but it is a black. It's pretty. Almost looks like a VCR. You know, as far as the size of it, it's black, and I think it's an S series. The only thing it's missing, and I got the power pack, but it doesn't have any controller. And obviously no subscription, I guess, as far as to you know, Xbox Live or Microsoft stuff. But fully capable, I guess, of being able to load games onto it. Halo Edition, nice. You've had all of them from Ping Pong. Modern Day, unfortunately, I got rid of most of them. As far as the Xboxes, see, I enjoy both Xboxes and PCs. I buy gaming laptops. I've tried my luck, I guess, as far as gaming laptop. I haven't had a lot of luck with that. I think it's just a lot of the compactedness, I guess, as far as of, you know, trying to get as much out of, I guess, the compactedness of, you know, the higher end GPUs for laptops. They tend to fail a lot more prematurely, I guess, as far as on a PC for some reason. That's been my luck with it. So it's like, you know what, I'm just done with that. So call me stubborn, but I'm kind of stuck with getting the robust stuff, I guess, as far as for gaming PCs, you know, as far as having the mid tower. I definitely can appreciate, I guess, as far as the compactability and the mobility of a laptop, a gaming laptop, but I haven't had a lot of luck with those, so. I think it's worth more than you paid. I don't know how that works, I guess, as far, I would imagine, you know, could it be like a collector's edition type of thing? Yours is green, it's old. Series X, yeah. See, I'm not familiar with all the different series for that. I know they do. I know there are. I think mine's an S series. I'd have to look at it again. And it's just missing a controller. That's about it. I think the other biggest thing is ensuring you got the power pack, because the power packs can get pretty expensive by themselves. So I do have the power pack and the cord for the one that it was just the dude that I acquired it from me. He was just gonna throw it out, and it works just fine. He just didn't want to deal with carrying it, lugging it around. He already had, I think he got himself one of the latest Xboxes, which I think it's an Xbox One. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, I'm not as versed, I guess, as far as with all the latest and greatest with consoles, because I know they're out there, right? And for the most part, I just don't really care for them, especially with things that I've found out with games like Wreckfest, designing them more to comply and be more conducive, I guess, to playing on a console. It's like, no, that's not how we develop games. What should be done, and this is probably I'll stay on my soapbox here for a moment again. What should be done, I guess, as far as from a game developer standpoint, is to put as much as you can apply to it based on the PC, the highest level PC that you can get, and then tone it down from there. But not so far to only make it easier, I guess, to achieve things during gameplay on a console as compared to a PC. That's just ridiculous. All these PC players, you know, paying as much as they do for the game and putting as much money as they do for their PC to have that happen, no, that's ridiculous. That's just nonsense. Anyway, okay, so we got that all mapped. We're gonna close this down. Yep, close that down. We're about 350 on the Halo one. Nice. Original Halo special. Wow, that was really old. Translucent green. Damn. Sounds pretty cool. The one that I got is in pretty rough shape, I guess, for the most part. It's been lugging around, I guess, as far as from place to place, but you know, like I said, it still works. Still works. Whether or not I'll use it at all, that's still yet to be seen. Like I said, I'm not very keen, I guess, as far as on wanting to play on console. I just took it because I knew it, just the fact that it worked, and I'm sure there's probably somebody that might care to want to have it. Try to sell it, probably. Alright, we got that done. Now, we'll just try to figure out how I want to tackle it. So this is the track side. This is the side that faces the track right here. This is the back side. I don't know if that's what they consider it to be at Lacrosse itself. They might consider this the front and this the back. I don't know. But for our purposes, we're considering this the back and this the front. Or my bad. This is the front and this the back. See, now I got myself confused. Because we're going by which direction the building is facing track or not. That's our way we're orienting this, at least anyway. Oh, in 2004? Gotcha. Yeah, that is a while. That's a better part of 18 years. Holy crap. Damn. Like, damn. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do... I'm trying to remember what approach I did take to this. So just to give you an idea, as far as the mapping of this goes, just trying to remember how I did this now. So I put one set, I think I detached these. Hold on a second. A little bit of a brain fart. Just trying to remember how I did this. I think what I did is I detached all these doors. And then we need to make that a separate object so that we can map that separate object to this area of the texture here that's going to be transparent, right? But even just to give you guys a clue, without going that far, I can detach these and just hide them, and you can see what I'm talking about. I'll get the insides applied to it and just kind of understand that lack of depth on these little pillars here for each door. It makes it look really flat. You know, it doesn't look very good. In my opinion, at least, anyway. Alright, so we got these all selected. Let's make sure. Yep. And we'll attach those. We'll do that as that. And then go ahead and hide that. So we'll go to our object. Item list here and get that object. And hide it. There we go. So from this level here, you can see the inside like that, but that's only because we don't have back. If I render this, this will tell the true story. Yeah, no, I don't. Keeping in mind, I don't have the inside applied to it yet. This is just with the doors removed, so you can kind of get a sense of what this looks like. Now, if I put even the an interior to it, I might go ahead and remove the, or just hide the ground plane here too, just for more clarity. Let's hide that. Okay, so let's take a look. We'll take this building. Yep, we want to clone this guy. And make that a copy, and we'll do just building 2. Second part of that building. And then what we're going to do is on all these polys for this part, we're going to flip those polys so that they'll face inward as far as inside of the building. Alright, so select all of those polys on building 2. Yep. So they're all selected. You can see the edges, but just for clarity, you can see everything's selected. Like so. And just want to flip those guys. Like so. There we go. So now if we render this, we'll have an interior with the doors removed. They're just hidden right now. I didn't delete them or anything. They're still there. And this is only on this front side here. I didn't take any other doors out yet. So I'll just kind of go one step at a time here, just to kind of show you what this looks like at different levels here. No problem, Torch will still be here. Hopefully. As long as the stream doesn't get stepped on. Alright, let's render this. Yeah, and we're getting that back face culling. That's what I was afraid of. Alright, hold on. We can fix that. I need to go to... Oh, crap. I don't remember where that was. That was in... Oh, nuts. I forgot where it was now. Hold on. Bear with me. I need to change viewports. Here we go. We got to deal with back face culling. Yeah, I think it should be that one there. Let's render that. Nope, that didn't fix. Okay, so that's not the right one. We're dealing with... So the reason it's doing this is because we got polys that are basically trying to render, and they're basically right on top of each other. You know, they're just flipped, and they're so close together. So the way Max is rendering that, this is his best resolution of that. You know, and obviously it's not... So the way we can fix that, in fact, we got a video on the YouTube channel, as far as that explains this very thing. And I thought it was just the back face call. Apparently that did not fix it. Hold on a second. So all I'm in here is just in the preference here for you can get to that. Customize preferences. And we're going into the viewports. Now I know the last time this fixed for me was just the back face call on object creation. And what that should have done is not done that during renderings. I think there's another thing in the renderings. Yeah, let's go under here. And I think there's something in here too, if I remember right. Give me a second. Brain fart. Another brain fart. Oh, I know there's another one here somewhere, I guess, about with that deals with back face culling. Can't remember where the heck it is. That's one of them. Oh my goodness. Come on now. Brain work. There's another one in here somewhere, I just can't remember where it is. Alias, crap. There's something else in there that refers to back face culling. That's basically what you want to deal with. Maybe it's just in here. I can't remember where the heck it is now. So much things are going on here. Viewport, lighting, and nope, that wasn't it. It's dealing with the viewport itself. Just gotta remember where the darn thing is. Viewport clipping. Was that one of them? Try that. That was not it. Nope, that wasn't it. It's something on the lines of that though. Give me a second. That is not it. Oh, come on now. There's another one in here for that deals with back face culling. I can't remember what the hell it is. Anyway, that's why we're dealing with what we're doing. I thought I had that set there. I guess I didn't have to. So the fact that I closed Max out or whatever must have reset that setting, which is kind of weird. Hang it. What the heck is that? Darn. Viewports. This should be one of them. I don't know why that didn't work. You dirty rotten thing, you. Come on. Anyway, that's the only reason why it's doing that, is because of the two faces that are trying to render, and they're so close together. But the back face culling option there should have corrected a lot of that. I don't know why it's not. It's making me sad. Okay. What am I missing here? I know what I am missing. I just can't remember where the hell the darn thing is. Units. No. Should have been under preferences. I might have to go back to our YouTube channel and actually check that out. We might have to do that. Hold on a second. Let's do that. Let's do that. We're gonna go to the Spline Design Studios YouTube channel. So let's go to Spline Design Studios. Go to our YouTube. This one up. And let me bring this over here. Sometimes we gotta remember it. Might remind ourselves sometimes. Yep, let's bring this over here. So, we should have a video over here that explains a lot of this. Yeah, I've forgotten this too. I forgot where it was. And this is why we try to do as many clips in this and that, because brain fart, you know, it's just like, I know it's in here somewhere, I just don't remember where the hell it is. But we got lots of videos over here on the, and if it's not here, it'll be on my YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure we do have it here at the Spline Design's YouTube. Let's see, and you can get to this as well as far as at my own YouTube channel. So !YT. I'll give you the link to my YouTube, and I've got that as a premier YouTube channel, I guess, as far as on my own YouTube channel. Lots of good information here, I guess, as far as in the form of clips there. I thought we had one in here. Yeah, here it is right here, back face calling. Passed it up. Oh, you gotta love ads. Just a second here.
So all I did was just went into the object properties.
There we go.
And did a back face colon, unchecked it. And that allows
Okay,
me to
that's what I missed right there. Okay, we gotta go back there. Okay, what was that again? That was the window I needed. This is why we got these clips on the channel. Let me replay that.
So all I did was just went into the object properties.
Object
and
properties.
Did a back face colon, unchecked it. And that allowed...
Object properties. That was what I was missing. I know it was in here somewhere. I thought it was something with the viewport. Right? So we got videos like this over on the Spline Design's YouTube channel. So like, if you're ever stuck, go over there and see. It's more than likely probably over there. It's like I just found. Okay, so it's in the object properties. So I might have to go. I got several objects in here, so I might have to do each object. So we got to go into object properties. Right here. This is where it's at. Okay, so we need. Wait a minute. Why is that all grayed out? Oh, you gotta go like this. There we go. And then we can just check backface call. And then do an OK. And then when we render this, we didn't have that anymore. Why did that not fix? Okay, it might have something to do with that other setting that I changed. Just a second. Let me reset that one. Might have this one. We gotta turn this one back off, I think. Render. It's still not right. How'd you get it to on gray? Layers. So go into the object properties. So just right click on the object that you got selected. Go to object properties. It'll have by layer. Just grays it out. Right? Just click on that, and then it lets you select. Well, what I'm not understanding is why is it not applying the back face? So when you got this checked, it should remove that. I might have to do it on both, on all objects. So I got several objects that are in this piece, so that's probably why it's. So on each object, I'd have to do this, more than likely. So let's go to each one. We'll go to this one. Apply the same thing. Yeah. So depending on how many, so yeah, to get this on grade. Just click on that, goes by object, and then you can select each one. Now let's try to render that. That still didn't work. What the heck's going on? Okay, let's do every object just to make sure. That should have at least applied it to both. I got two building objects there. Obviously one that with the flip polys, and the other one's that's the other way. So as far as the normals on the polys. Weird. Okay, hold on. Those are the pinnacles. We got both. That should have took care of a lot of that. I don't know why it didn't. Let's try this one. Go into this guy. Object properties. Backface call. Okay. You might have to put that other setting for the viewport. Let's check this out. Let's render it again. Nope, still doing it. Alright, so let's go back to our preferences here for the viewports. Back face call, let's try that. And render it again. Why is that not working? I don't understand. That's super confusing there. So particularly on just the building part, so the roof seems fine. Okay, let me try something here really quick. I'm gonna hide building 2. Let's see what happens here. Get down to the bottom of this. So hide that one for a second. Render that. Yeah, see, now it's not doing it. So that proves the point, I guess, as far as the fact that there's the 2 sets of polys that are facing away from each other like magnets. So we don't have that breakup there. So the back face call for some reason doesn't want to fix that. I'm not sure why. That's really, but this gives you a little bit more clarity, I guess, as far as without having any interior, what this looks like here, and the lack of definition, especially on these openings here. This is what I want to add a little bit of depth, I guess, as far as to these little pillars for the door openings. Yeah, let me continue to see if I can't remedy this. So this back face calling business doesn't want to seem to. Object properties, back face call. What else am I missing? Let me go back to that video. See what else I had. What else was selected here by object? Just for more clarity. Let's go okay on that for a second. Let's go back to the video. Roll this back a little bit. There's the settings. So we've got only 2 check. So the edges only, and all right. What do we have? So there should be 3 settings overall. They're checked. Yeah. So show frozen in gray, edges, and then back face call. What else is in there? I'm missing something, obviously. Yeah, so this object that I've got on this clip has dual sides, so it has polys on either side. So to get rid of that back face call, that was the answer, I guess, as far as to apply that apparently. But for some reason, it's not wanting to apply the same on this model. And that's what I'm trying to figure out why. Something else I'm missing. Yeah, so that's all we should have on there. That's good. So that's for one object. Let's bring back the other guy. Building 2. This is the one we flip the polys. Alright. I don't know if it matters if it's in poly or mesh. Shouldn't matter, but let's see. What did I have in there? I'm gonna assume it was poly. Oh, I don't show that. Okay. I'm assuming I would have had it in an editable poly, which I don't think it should matter. Alright, we're gonna work through this problem here. So on the building 2, go to object properties, back face call. Okay, and let's double check our preference here for the viewport. Turn that back off. Let's see here. Customize. You know what? I'm gonna try out rendering too. I don't know if it's something with the rendering. I don't think there is. I don't think there was anything in here that I remember. Don't add any alias filter background. What am I missing here? Oh, I don't need any of that. Oh, this all looks good. That is super weird. Yep, we got that turned back on. Tool tips, that's fine. Yeah, if anything else, it would be in the rendering, as far as, you know, cause so the rendering process is obviously all of this here. So the setup. Is there anything in this? It may necessarily be the what I'm using as a preset. I think I'm using Scanline, which should be best option here. Let's try a mental ray. I might have it in a Scanline draft. That could be why. Let's try a Scanline. This one here. Let's see if this changes things. It might be what I'm using as a renderer. Could be. Render that. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now the fact that it shows it so much brighter on this one here in comparison to the viewport, yeah. So I might have had it on Scanline Draft. That would make sense as far as why it's doing that. So it's kind of like, you know, drafts is going to make it, you know, like lesser definition, lesser detailed. And that's why it was breaking the polys up like that. Alright, so this is Scanline High. I probably had it on draft. I got this one here. And render that. Nope. What did I'm not sure which one I would have had. There's a lot of settings in here, but whatever one I had it on there was probably what was causing it to do the way it was. So let's try. And what's kind of nice with whatever you select as the last option is going to put it to the top. So it kind of gives you an idea of what you've already tried. That's probably just a, you know, little bit of tool tip, I guess, as far as whatever last setting you use for your preset on your render, the last one you use is going to be at the top. So the last two that I use are at the top. So I must have used this one here. That's the third in line. Render that. Oh, that still looks... Anyway, the only difference that we're witnessing here is the fact that it's brighter in the render. And that's only because of the light. I can adjust that in comparison to the viewport. But you can see... And I guess the only reason why I wanted to do this, you can kind of see what I'm talking about, I guess, as far as that lack of definition on these parts. It looks kind of funky to me. I don't know. Maybe it could be... And then when I actually spit them a 3DO out, put it in the track, it still didn't look as good. So it's just... I just feel that it needs a little TLC, I guess, as far as to add it. Both while the doors are shut and with the doors open. So if nothing more, I guess, as far as the reason why I do that is to kind of show you folks, I guess, as far as what I was talking about. But hopefully, video still... We're closing out on that hour, and that's usually about the time the stream likes to freeze, so I'm being very vigilant on checking that out. Anywho, so the other piece that you would need to make sure on top of doing backface call, if you're having those issues, is check your preset for your render. Just out of curiosity though, let's go to the object properties level, uncheck that, and also on building. So we got the two objects. Going to this one as well. I just want to see how this will render. That one off, and go ahead and render that. And it's still coming out fine. So it's just another tool in the toolbox, I guess, as far as if you're having problems with the way it'll render. Check your backface call and also your preset. Those are at least the two main things as far as that'll be critical, I guess, as far as how your render will actually show. Based on your viewport or just to render it. Okay? That's the main takeaway from it. Okay. Anywho, my thought is we need to alright, I'm almost thinking too, I detached those doors and I kind of just removed those, I guess, as far as just for clarity, to add the transparency in the viewport here, as well as be able to render, just to kind of give you guys an idea of what I was witnessing and what I didn't necessarily care for how it turned out. Let me zoom in on this a little bit and we'll re-render this. Now we got that all figured out. And again, you can kind of see, now, in my opinion, if we had a little bit more depth on these pillars, it would be more... So all this is right now is fabricated shading around that, and that's evident here on the texture. Turn the wire off. So all I did was just added fabricated shading to this. So whether or not we apply some AO, this is where the natural shading, for the lack of a better way to put it, if we add that definition to these pillars to the door openings, and then AO bake it, it's going to give us a much more defined level of shading as far as, and that's what I already have done and brought it back to this point just to kind of go through all the motions, just to give you guys an idea, I guess, as far as what the impact of either applying the definition, that little bit of a definition to these pillars on the doors, and applying AO bake as opposed to not. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do, and I'm trying to remember how I did this again. So what I ended up doing, if I remember, I grabbed all these edges for a building here, like so. And I'm doing this in an effort to move them all at the same time, right? So we're going to have the same thickness all the way through each of these openings. We want to make sure we grab all these edges. Make sure we got them all. Okay. Yeah, so we got the top and the sides for each door. There we go. Just for clarity. Just to kind of show that we got all those edges. And then all I did was go to here and then shift drag that out ever so slightly. And in this case, I only went out about a half a meter when I initially did this here, so I can go like that. Now from here I can grab, stay on edges. Oh wait, how did I do that again? Just to make sure I only have it a half a meter. Crap, now I forgot how I did that. I think I did that constraint. Oh man, I can't remember how I did it now. It was super cool the way I did it. Did I switch the vertex? No, I didn't do that. But anyway, we'll do it this way. Brain fart again. When that happens. So what I'm going to do is grab all these verts that I just pulled out and ensure that they're only at a half a meter out. I mean, this probably doesn't look too bad, but just to kind of give you an idea of what this looks like. Especially with the AO, it looks so much better. Let's do it from this way, just for clarity. Now I got a little bit more than a half a meter out, but to get it adjusted, I guess, as far as to where I had it at a half a meter from this point out. I know I did it. I thought I did it at least anyway, I guess, as far as with all the edges selected, and then just came down here and adjusted it manually, as far as from where it started from here, and then to bring it out. I don't remember how I did it at this point, but I'm not gonna. Everything seems to be breaking here. Any case, you can see that adding that little bit of thickness to that, and then resetting the detached doors to that new extension of these pillars, it adds a little bit more definition to it, and especially with the AO, it looks so much better. All right. Yeah, let me render this way. This is without the doors, so you can already tell right off the bat. And because at this point I dragged it out from this this one edge here that already has that shading applied to it, that fabricated shading, you kind of get the idea of how this is going to look, especially looking at it from the side like that. This is how you would see it, even from the track side, right? So let's do it from this angle. So the direction of the track that you're be coming into turn one would be from like this direction. So even where that's at, we render it here. You can see how much more definition there'll be on those pillars. So regardless if the doors are up or down, yeah, it kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of what that's going to look like, especially with having it. No matter if it's fabricated shading or even the AO. But particularly because I dragged that edge out where that shading is at, that fabricated shading is at, it's adding that shading all the way to it. Zoom on this a little bit more just to kind of show. You can see it already has that shading applied to it. Now we probably don't need as much shading on the front side of that edge that we pulled out. That was only because we didn't have that in the first place, so we could probably scale that back, you know, as far as the mapping on the face of that poly, that, you know, beyond that, ahead of this, what we extended out, right? We probably don't need that much shading, I guess, on that part is all I'm saying. So right now, as it stands, there's still some shading on this part. We wouldn't need that. We could remap this, whatever, to not include as much shading on that is all, because we have the shading on that extended part there. So a lot of things that I've taken into consideration, I guess, as far as, you know, what looks better. To me personally, I feel this way looks better to have that little bit of extension onto that. So that's what I'm gonna go with. We're gonna go back to vertex here and continue to select all these verts that we extended out. Let's make sure we get these out. Zoom in here. Got these two. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. You know what? I need the, shoot. Hold on a second. I got ahead of myself, so I need to get this coordinate on the Y. That's about right. So I remember having that at 4.031. Cool. So we're currently at, with this vert, prior to extending it out, 3.531. We want to be at 4.031 on this one here. So just a half a meter out. So half a meter would be 3 feet in a meter, so that's about a foot and a half. You know, just for clarity, as far as out an extension. Doesn't look quite that much here, but that's what it calculates to. So this is where we want all these verts to be at, is at, oh, actually that's a negative, my bad. So we gotta go subtract off half a meter. Alright, let me just try this again. Yeah, that's a negative value, my bad. So we gotta subtract 531. So we need to be at 3.031. Let me see here. How does that look? I think that's too much. Hold on a second. We're gonna try this. Let's move this one. 031. No, that was definitely too far. Okay, never mind. Maybe it was a quarter of a meter. I thought it was a half a meter. Let's bring that back. Really? You dirty rascal. Okay, hold on. Copy this value. More than one way to skin a cat. There we go. Bring that right back. So by this calculation, we are only... Can't get my calculator out. So we are at 3.51. 531, my bad. And we can also do this too. We can do like this. We'll do copy this and paste it into our calculator. Like so. And then add this vert. Here, grab any one of these. Take this value. This will work. We'll find out here in a second. Equals. Nope, that went the wrong way. So they were both negative values. Yeah, I see what it did. I'll just put them in positive, so that way I have some clarity on that. Alright, so we'll grab this value. 3.531. Yeah, so the fact they were both negatives, that's, you know, that's proper math as far as when they're both negative numbers. When you do an addition, obviously it's going to add it to a larger negative number. So that's not doing anything wrong. So 3.531, and we'll subtract this one. 3.455. Okay. 3.45. So we are only, yeah. So it's 3/4. 0.03, about basically 3/4 of a meter. Okay. That's what we're going to set it to. So we're going to do, we'll just do it round, I guess, as far as, because I did just do it just very random, right? Just, all I did was grab the edges and pull it out manually. So to get them all to a proper thickness, I'm going to go with 0.075 from this one out. Yeah. I mean, I could probably leave it right there. It's pretty dang close. It's not that critical. But if you wanted to make it a little bit more precise, that's about the approach you'd want to take to it. Yes. Oh, you almost got the slots there, James. Very nice. Yeah, I think we'll leave it right there. I mean, we're only like a thousandth of a deal off there. We're not incredibly too bad. That's actually pretty good for doing it manually. But from here, what we can do... No, you got all the colors of the rainbow on that one. Let's see. So if we go... Let's bring back our doors that we detached. Which should be this object. And then what we would need to do... is I got them all in one piece. We're going to affect the pivot. And we're going to snap it vertex-wise to one of these corners. Okay. Now that's we're going to keep the snap on. Now all we need to do is move the whole thing, snap it there. So now the doors are now inset. I guess as far as based on that thickness that we applied to these pylons, all the edges of the door opening. Okay, so whoa, crap! I hate when it happens. All right, let's back to that object and focus. Seriously? What in the world? Hold on. What are you doing? Building that. There we go. Focus back on it. So now we can see if we render it this way, that thickness now applied to the door opening, and especially just on here. It may even, you know, when you're on trackside, you'll be able to see a lot more from the top of the door as well. We'll do it from this angle. We'll render that. See what that looks like now. Now, again, I still have a lot of it. So if I adjust the mapping for the face of that poly right here, a second here, oh, just for clarity. So on this poly here, if I adjust the mapping for that to not have as much shading on that part of it, it'll probably look a lot better. I won't look quite as gaudy. But even looking at it from here without doing that, you can kind of get a sense of what this looks like. To me, that looks a lot better. And actually, let me adjust the lighting on this render just a little bit. Let's go to environment, global tinting. We need to bring that bad boy down a little bit for the render, at least. That's a little better. Yeah, the fact that there's so much difference with this render preset between the render itself and in the viewport. I think that's the only reason why I had it set to whatever I had previously. Let me go ahead and reset that again. Go to render setup. Let's go back to... What did you get? That door trim is actually painted white. Yeah, and that's another thing too. That's another thing to take into consideration with that. As far as the trim that's around that is also white. So yeah. But that's the first step to it, at least anyway. I'm going to redo this setup here. So I had it on... I don't know why that's not... I have it on draft. Let me try this one. I don't understand why the lighting on that is not resetting here. Because I imagine if I bring up the material editor... Yeah. See, it's making all these black. That's what will happen too, I guess, as far as with a lot of playing with these resets. It'll, yeah, change all your spheres, I guess, in here too, which makes it in the viewport all dark. And I don't 100% understand that, but even putting it back to the setting I previously had, it's not resetting it, so I don't know what's up with that. I don't get that. Yeah, because most all the ones that I normally use are all the scan line. Mental Ray. It takes a little bit more, you know, resources, I guess, to do that. So I tend to usually use most of the scan line. But I'm back to the original setting that I had. It still doesn't seem to want to... Oh, there it goes. That should be the one right there. Now if I go back to here... Oh, they're still dark. God dang it. That's... I don't know. I'm not in the mood for it right now. I don't know why that doesn't want to. Sometimes I just kind of roll with it. Let's go like this. Bring that up here for the viewport. And we'll just turn the global tinting down. So, and hopefully we're not whitewashed on the render. Kind of is. See, I don't know how to bounce that back out again. It's always been super frustrating with me as far as like why this is so much brighter in the render as opposed to the viewport. And I know a lot of it has to do with the preset, but to get it back there, that's why I usually don't mess with it. But when you're dealing with such thing as the back face call, and it doesn't want to fix it, I guess as far as when you go in the object properties, sometimes that's what you need to do. It's just getting it back there. So it's one of those types of things when it's not broke, don't fix it. But when it is broke, and you do try to fix it, it ends up stepping on other things. It's kind of annoying sometimes. Yeah, so going back to our picture references, you know, as far as what Racer James is pointing out, the trim around the door is white. So the fact that even at this stage here we don't have that, I think part of the reason why I didn't apply it in the first place was because it was just so much white because of the white doors, and you couldn't really differentiate between the trim and the door. But now that we've got this level of thickness here for the door openings, you know, we can clarify that a little bit more, and especially with either AO baking it or even applying that fabricated shading. You're going to head out for a bit. I'll swing by. All right, trucking guy. Bot stingy? Is it getting stingy now? I know Racer James had a little bit of. Where's the bot being stingy there, yeah, so? I guess I missed something. Oh, I thought Racer James, you had played the winner, and I think that was just to get my attention as opposed to, I thought maybe you had gotten a jackpot that I missed. I had to scroll through there to clarify that. Alright, I got you. I know a lot of those sound commands that are on the soundboard, either with the soundboard or the channel point redemptions there, can be used either for you know, your own benefit or even mine, as far as to get my attention and so on. Yeah, we gotta start boozing the bot up, I suppose. Yeah, well, let's take a look at our picture references there, though. That's what I wanted to get back to here. Let's go. I don't remember where I put them, though. I think I've got them here. Let me see. I remember where I put that. Yep, right here. So here's our turn 1 pavilion picture references. So what Racer James is pointing out, I think this is a pretty good one here. See, it's got white trim around the door openings, and we currently don't have that. And again, the only reason why I didn't apply that way in the first place is because we didn't have this definition here. And even as I look at this one here, it's got much more indentation, I guess, as far as, you know, the opening than what I've got. So I might even extend that a little bit further, just so we have some more clarity with that. Yeah, so this is probably a good 8 inches or so. Which right now, that's something else I didn't get open up here. Let's go ahead. Let's bring up another tab. So again, feel free to check out the Spline Designs YouTube. There's plenty of good, useful information, like trying to figure out that back face call when you're dealing with these types of things. So definitely feel free. If it's not on there, chances are it might be on the my own YouTube channel. I guess as far as !YT, we'll get you there. And I also have a link to the YouTube channel on below the stream. So plenty of ways to get to have access to that. Anywho, we need to let's bring up our meters to feet. Feet to meters. Bring up our little calculation here. Let me want to determine, why is that not coming up dark? Google, why do you do this to me? There's sometimes this will load up dark because I do have dark mode, I guess, as far as for my browser background. Sometimes it comes up white. Crazy. Alright, so let's put this to 8 inches. Well, 6 inches would be, let's see what 6 inches is. I guess I can switch this to inches. Let's do inches. There's inch. Set this to 8. My bad. 8 inches is that 2.032. So we would have to subtract Yeah, which would make it thicker because we only got it at 0.076, right, currently. So we need to have it this much subtracted. Okay, got it. So what we need to do, if you want to have that same amount of thickness from what we witnessed in here, I'm assuming, based on common building practices, we'll go back to this picture. This is about 8 inches, roughly about 8 inches from where the red's at to that corner, where the basically where the molding is, I guess, as far as for the door seal. More than likely, probably about 8 inches. So that's what I'm going by for that termination. But let's just try this out here. So if we go, so we'll have to make an adjustment to the texture with that as well. Before we do that, we're going to go ahead. Let's hide these guys. A couple things we need to do. We need to hide this for a second. Get back to this level, and let's go to this vertex. So we are at, so what we need to do is subtract off from this value of that vertex. Whoops, that's not it. Clear that out. Oh my god, I got so many things open. We got to subtract this value from that. So let's do that. We're going to go, and I'm going to put these in positive values just to make it simpler. So we are currently at 3.531 on that vert. Subtract off 0.2032. And we need to have that vert at this coordinate, which in negative wise, right? So we need to copy this. Yep. It'll make sense here in a second. So if I go like this, just go to this vert, and then we're going to apply what we just copied to that, and then enter. That's where it needs to be at, to be 8 inches from one point to the other. That would be that thickness that we're seeing here as a reference here for that door opening. So all of those would have to be at that level. That makes sense. So I can take, now with this at this level, I can copy that and do that for all these. So I can either do them independently or get them all selected and do them all at the same time. Whichever way, world is your oyster when it comes to that. We're going to take the approach to do it one at a time, because why not? You can kind of see how much it's going to open that up there. So now that door is going to be at this edge, and that's going to give us more definition of being able to make this white, as far as map that to white, have the white trim, and we do have something in there for that on our texture. So majority of all the white trim is in this area. So even if we do have to add another strip of white, this one here seems to use the fascia for the roof. So to keep that segregated in our texture here, and potentially be able to apply some AO bake, we can add another strip of white here to be able to put that in there. We don't need a lot of real estate for that to do that. We don't need a lot. And this area right here would be perfect. For example, it's got the length and whatever. Not that we really need the length either. Like I said, it won't need that much, but just to keep it in the same scale of it. It'll make sense once we get to that point. But this is how my brain works. I guess as far as to understand where's that wire going to end up. I guess as far as if I were to UV map unwrap that. Okay. One thing at a time though. Let's go ahead and get these all extended out, and then we'll go ahead and adjust our texture on our UV map. I guess as far as for these areas, and then we can go from there. I'm probably taking very much the long way around this. This is not the only way. I want to make that abundantly clear. This is not the only best way to go about this. There's definitely more than one way to go about this. But this is the approach that I'm taking. And if nothing, for no other reason, just to give clarity, I guess, as far as what's happening here. So just working on this one door opening for now. I'm going through each vert and just pasting that value that we want to have it at. One at a time. Now again, you could very easily just go ahead and grab all these verts at one time and then move it to that same coordinate all in one fell swoop. That's definitely Totally possible. But at least you can see the difference now of the thickness. Whoops, the thickness that's going to be on these pillars for the door openings, all the way around the door opening. That's all we were trying to accomplish here. Okay, video's still moving, so that's good. Hopefully it stays that way. I'm really stoked to get as far as how this is going to turn out by applying all this little bit of detail. It does come down to, you know, as we've been saying all along, you could definitely go nuts, I guess, on the detail for a lot of these models you create. In some cases now, though, we are adding poly weight to this. That's definitely something I've also taken into consideration. We're trying to keep the poly weight as well as the texture weight down as much as possible, right? So this is definitely going to add some poly weight, and it's going to take away from what other additional detail that we can apply to other objects. Right, so, but since we're making these models all from scratch, we will have all the flexibility in the world to be able to adjust things. So if we're seeing some very not so pleasurable frame rate drops as we apply more of this poly weight to even something as simple as this, in comparison to other things that are around the track, we can scale that back down as we see necessary. World is your oyster when it comes to that kind of stuff. Okay. Just making sure video's still going. I'm going to be... So we're past an hour. And I know for the Twitch anniversary, it ended up being about 2 hours in. Yeah, so far it's still moving. I'm very hopeful, I guess, as far as... I'm trying to stay optimistic, I guess, about the fact that it's going to stay solid for the duration of stream here. Okay. So that's all I'm doing. Like I said, I know this is definitely probably the long way around to doing this. And I know some of you might be like, oh, why is he doing it like that? It's just... I get into what I consider to be hold your hand mode when it comes to this thing. It's not all about whipping it out as fast as you can. You know, just take a little bit of... Oh, crap. Stream just buffered there. Alright, uptime's still going though. Let me check my... Oh, I'm still good here. Yeah, stream did buffer there a little bit, so hopefully I'm going to give it a second. Okay. Never question my skills. You know, like I said, for again, full transparency, I tend to get into the full hold your hand mode when it comes to these things, because some of these things, it's just like, okay, how did he do that? So if I go step by step, one at a time, it's just like, okay. But ultimately, it doesn't come down to as far as like getting it out as fast as you can. Understand, I guess, as far as, you know, what's going on, what's you know, what you're doing, and don't just take it for granted as far as like, well, I seen this on YouTube and this is the way he did it, and it's just like click, click, and it's done. You know, understand what is happening, you know, when you're doing these things. So by doing it one by one like that, you can actually see how it's affecting the model all the way around, right? And it keeps, for me at least anyway, it helps keep me honest, I guess, as far as to make sure that I'm getting each opening at this point to the same level, right? So in a lot of cases, what'll happen is, you know, if I went the approach of trying to select each vert, it might have missed one and not necessarily notice that, and put them what I do have selected all to that what I'm trying to get to one level. Even if you miss one, you might not notice that. So if you do it one by one, you're ensuring it gets as far as that. So even as I was selecting these, I was counting in my head. Okay, this one's going to have 4. This one's going to have 4. So I was going 1, 2, 3, 4 in my head. So overall, with having 4 doors and you have 4 vertices, you're going to have 12 verts. So by counting in my head that way, that's just the way my brain works sometimes when I get into hold your hand mode. I can ensure as I count in my head that I'm getting every vert that I know I should have based on the number of doors and the number of verts per door. Okay, so at this point I know I got them all. And now we're going to go ahead, now that we got those all to that level. So it's basically what we just did there as far as extended out the way we did. These are all going to be 8 inches from this surface. Now keep in mind it's still not white. It doesn't have the white trim on it just yet. We're going to get there. So we'll have to do some remapping of this here, I guess, as far as for that. So we won't need what the approach I'm going to take this. I'm going to try it this way at least anyway. I'm just going to put white on this part and leave this red and see what we get on there. So we should, as far as either fabricated shading or actually AO bake it, you know, we'll get that dramatic effect, I guess, with that. So either way you do it, we should get what we're looking for. It's the whole object behind this. All right, so let's bring back our doors. That's going to be hidden here. Let's bring these guys back. Cool. We should still have that pivot already still there. All we need to do is go vert snap and snap it back to our new. And there's our thickness now, like that. So just with a couple of, a few adjustments as far as the diverse of that, we got all this thickness now. So no matter, you can really see the definition in it now. Even like with this here. So that's just on these doors. I haven't done anything to these yet, which I'll probably do the same thing. Uh-oh, Torch got. What did you get? What kind of foul language did you use? I think you used foul language. Hold on a second. Let me check the bot. Oh, I see what you said. Yeah. Yeah, the bot didn't like that, that's for sure. Stream is still working. Yes, so far. Crossing our fingers. We got the cross the fingers emote out there. Hopefully it does. Yeah, I see what you said there. I got you, Torch. Yeah, the bot didn't like you for that. I don't know, what were you trying to say there? Well, on my end, what I'm seeing, yeah, was definitely bad. I don't know if that was a typo. I'm hoping that was a typo. That's probably why the bot slammed you for it. I'm not going to say the word, but yeah, double check your chat there. I don't know if that's what you meant. But that's why it, that's why I got you. Yeah, that bot is definitely, it's got it in his libraries for it's not a good word. Okay. Whoa, that was almost a jackpot there. Saw that out of the corner of my eye. Saw that one. Alright, anyway, all I was getting to as far as I didn't do anything with these doors yet, so I'm probably going to do the same thing, relatively the same thing as I did to these doors to the rest of the doors. I think that's going to give it, and because this model, this is the only reason why I'm taking this in consideration, because this model is going to be so much more visible from the track side in comparison to the storage facility that we did earlier. That's pretty much the only reason why I'm taking that approach to it. Because so no matter from track side, as far as from a track's perspective, or even from a camera view, it's going to be so much more. And I'm kind of following in line, I guess, as far as what Racer James did to here. You can see all the definition he's got in this here. So he did a combination here. Let's take a look at this real quick. There's a combination of, so there's no definition on these as much as there is right here, right? But all the definition here on the roof, because you've got all that exposed, right? So you want to be able to see a lot of that detail. So I think this is a nice combination. This is kind of my thought with the pavilion there, is to add just a certain amount of, now we could even go so far, for example, to not add as much definition to the rest of the doors and just apply it to these and maybe even these two and not bother to do anything on the backside. That would, kind of somewhat limit the amount of polys to it in comparison to what we've got already. So it's having that flexibility like that, I think, is what's kind of really cool. So this is what I've taken a look at, I guess, anyway. The fact that Racer James has got a little bit of thickness applied to like the top and bottom of this opening, but not on these verticals. That's how you can balance that out, as far as like, there's ways to be able to cut corners a little bit and still have all the detail in the model, right? To be able to get the effect for the AO or even the fabricated shape. This is really cool. Yeah, I mean, just the amount of detail in that thing, it just gave me quite a bit of inspiration as far as what direction to go with this thing. So the other thing I want to get applied to this, whether we'll get to it today or not, is to add the weather vanes to this area. And that'll just be in the form of flat planes, double-sided flat plane, and just putting them in one direction so that they're facing trackside. So they'll be visible. Whether we get to that today or not, that's still yet to be seen, but that's kind of one of my goals with it as well. Because those weather vanes, looking at the picture references that we have, they're definitely very noticeable. So that's something else I'm kind of looking forward to. Yeah, you can even see from this level here, there's not as much white on this edge, as far as what I've already showing. Most of that white is just on that inset, I guess, as far as from that, to where the door actually lands when it's closed. So, right, we got a lot of flexibility in that. Cool. All right. I think we got a plan here at least anyway. So all we did was move the door to that new indent there as far as for the door. Now what I want to do is, I'm still going to maintain this same level of fabricated shading for now, just to see how this is going to progress. We want to go into the texture here. Let's take so the mapping is not updated here because I already moved this one gable end up to this spot. So the wireframe is definitely going to need to be updated. We'll keep that in mind as well. Trucking guy trying a bunch of everybody's trying to know. If you want a list of majority of the commands, let me see if this is still in there. Should be still good to go. If you're just trying to wonder, I guess, as far as what commands are out there, that's a list of the majority of them right there. And I'm noticing there's not all of them are in here for some reason. Yeah, so the crayons command is not in there. Oh, you're just trying them all just to see what's in there, huh? Yeah, the heck yeah is one of them too. I got the two variations of that depending on how you want to spell it. Man, he's from him. What the heck? That's definitely not one there, Torch. Okay. Anyway, we're going to work on the texture here a little bit. So let's close the wire. That's kind of outdated at this point anyway. Okay. Alright, cool. Video's still going. Still checking that out. Make sure that's still good to go. Alright, what I want to do is create another area of white. And I think I got a trim. Okay, that's where I put that. Okay, so I must have this in texture. Okay, so we're going to go work with this in texture. I'm going to add another strip of white on this side to be able to put that trim around the doors. I think it'll work out pretty good. And I might have to move some things around here on the mapping. We'll just see. We'll just see. Alright, so what I'll do while I'm in this one here, we're going to grab our magic wand. Copy this. Okay, and then we're going to paste this in the same layer. And what I'm going to do, keep it selected. We're going to go into deformation here. We're just going to change the size of it a little bit. Right in here. So this area here is not getting used at all for now. But that's where I'm going to put the trim for the around the doors. That's the approach I'm going to take. Trying out those audio commands there. See there, trucking guy. They are there for your entertainment and in some cases at my expense. But it can work the other way around too, depending on the situation. Alright, so we're good on that. Zoom that back out. So this is where I'm going to put a majority of the trim. Now, with the way I've got this laid out here, most of all the trim is going to be on top of each other. So by doing so, probably won't get as good a result for AO baking. You usually want to keep a majority of your for your AO bake as far as separate as much as possible. You don't want to have the polys overlapping, usually for the most part. So that's something to take in consideration if you're going to AO bake it, as opposed to just fabricate the shading like I have here, at least so far. All this is fabricated shading. No AO as of yet, as of now. Again, just for clarity. Okay, so what I want to do Now that we've got that established in the texture, I need to save this texture. Let's save it as a PSD here for starters. Now, we'll save it this way for starters. And then we'll also flatten it down into a bitmap. Okay, and we'll be able to apply this to our model then. Now, so far at this stage here, I'm keeping it without transparency. That's probably going to change. In fact, I can guarantee that's going to change, because we're going to want to be able to apply a transparency, I guess, as far as to the doors, to have that model, I guess, as far as that has the doors open during a race session, for example. That's going to require transparency. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we should have, let me make sure the map is updated here, the texture's updated. Let's go in here. Alright, so it is updated there, cool. Good to go. So the texture's in here. So now all we gotta do is remap all this trim. So we need to go unwrap. And I've got, oh, that's building 2. Oh shoot, did I, oh, I see it. Okay, hold on a second here. That shouldn't be a problem. I just realized all that adjustment that I made there was all in the building 2. And I wanted to actually put that to building. Hold on a second. Let's undo this for a second. Collapse that. Hold on. So let me render this. Okay, that's fine. Was that building? Let's hide that. Okay, I did apply that to building 1. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to apply it to. Oh, that scared me for a second. Yeah, I wanted to apply all that extension to that, so I wasn't ensuring as far as I had the proper. So I got the one that's for the interior, and I got the one for the exterior, basically. And I wanted that extension of that, the door trim, you know, as far as that door opening, to be on the building, which it does seem I do have. That's good. I just had to double check that. That worried me there for a second. So what I need to do to remap those door openings, be on here and apply our unwrap to that. There we go. That's what I need. So let me go like this, bring in our texture, and we're gonna stretch this out a little bit. Cool. So we still got that there. Cool. Now what I want to do, I'm gonna do these. I don't know how I want to do this. Let's see how this works here. So what we'll do, we'll go like this. Let's bring this on here so we can see what we're selecting. Let's do each door opening like this. I might have to do each poly one at a time. We'll see how this works out though. Try this out. So we're gonna go like this. What is that, Torch? What the heck? Can't even pronounce that. What in the world? You alright over there, Torch? Anyway, so what we want to do here is we're going to do a quick planer. Okay, that might not be bad. This might work. So we'll go ahead and rotate it this way. And we're just going to put it in that area that we established here on the texture. Oh, wow. Richard James, you just tried to play. Wow, that shouldn't be that much of a cooldown on the slots. Shouldn't be anyway. Are you alright over there, Torch? I don't know what you're trying to type in. Did you have a stroke over there? I hope not. That's not funny. I'm not trying to make that funny, but just making sure. Hopefully you're alright over there, Torch. Alright, so we're going to put all this in this spot that we just established here on the texture. And I'm going to put all the trim in this spot for the doors. Now we should have some white. Did this right? It should have all white on that inside. Now, from this point, we don't have any shading on that. I can add some shading fabricated to that. Alright, so you can see the difference between it having the red with the shading on it and white I just applied to this as far as without shading. So what we're going to do to the texture, let's back this up. No. English in chat, anyway. Actually, that's one of the rules in chat. Actually. English only, please. So the bot stands behind me on that, too. Alright, so what I want to do is add a little bit of shading to this area for trim, the door trim. And again, it's going to be fabricated. And so I have a separate layer here for shading. Let's see here. I want to turn this off for just a second. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay, so I need the background off too. What the world? Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, that should be there. Why is that not showing when I turn that off? That's strange. That's below. What? Well, damn. That's weird. Yeah, so the fact that I got this background below the shading, but when I turn the background on, it actually takes that away. It's there, right? But it should still have shading on this background. That's kind of weird. Let's turn that off. There it is. That's what I want. That's what I want. Alright, cool. Weird. Anyway, I got what I need. So this is what I want here. I want to grab this color, like so, and I think in this shading I've got it, yeah, overlay, and then I've 43% in that shading. So let's bring that back. So, and also our texture. And we're going to go into the shading layer. Now we got this color. Be able to apply that to this. We'll go like that. Let's make it just a little wider. Let's apply it to it. Oh, we can definitely go wider on it. Yeah, let's go wider on that. 6. Oh, not quite that wide. Okay, why is that not showing on there? Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. So we got that color. Should be on texture, which is right there. Yep. Why is that not? Oh, you're killing me, man. What's going on here? Huh. Why is that not showing on there? To draw this. What? Alright, what am I missing on this? What in the heck is going on here? So I'm in the shading layer. Why is that not painting that on there, you goofball? Missing something. Man, we got all kinds of things screwing up here today. No reason why that shouldn't be painting it on there. So I got this color. Yep, that's the color I want. Why in the heck are you? Got something on the screen here and it's bugging me. Just a second. I clean that up. I think I got a pixel going out on my monitor. That's not cool. That sucks. So right on this area that I'm trying to work here, I think I got a pixel going out on my LCD screen. That sucks. Okay. Don't think the bot likes machines? Could be. Oh yeah, as far as using guns, right. Or at least the line of code. Hydration's key. Yeah. Yeah. So if anybody needs any hydration, make sure you're doing that. Why in the world is this not? So it's not locked. I'm trying to figure out why this is not painting my line here. Missing something here. So we got 10 straight line. Am I being dumb here? What the heck? So why is it not painting my line here? So it should be applying gray here. I'm lost right now. What the heck is going on with my... Let me reopen it. I don't know what the heck's going on. Okay, so... Making sure. I'm going to resave this as a PSD. I don't know what the heck's going on. It's not letting me paint in my shading layer. What the heck's going on with that? PSD. Where's PSD? Oh my god. PSD. There we go. Save over that. We're going to close this out and reopen it. I don't know what the heck's going on. Give me a second. No. I don't know what the... Oh my god. I think, yeah. Paint Shop was being super silly, I guess, as far as right there, so I don't know. Reload this up here and see what's going on here. Alright, so we did save that. Cool. Try this again. Zoom in on the shading, so I'm on the shading layer. Put a line. Why is that not I don't understand what's going on here. So, did I put... Hold on. So it's in there, but why is it... Texture. So it's there. And that's above text. I am so lost right now. So it's actually painting it there. Why? What is going on here? It's above texture, so that should be showing on the white. Freaking kidding me. What is going on here? So there it is right there. That's what I painted. And it's above texture. Why the heck is it not showing on this, though? That is super weird. Put that below. I am so confused right now. Wow, okay, hold on. Why is... I don't understand. No reason that shouldn't be showing on the white there. Everything else is showing here above the texture, so when I shut that off, that's what it should be doing on the white, as far as to not... Why is it not... Oh my goodness. I don't understand what's happening here. That's not normal. I'm lost here, folks. I'm trying to understand why that's not working right. If I saved it, closed it, reopened it, it's still doing the same thing. Yeah, so that shading's working fine, I guess, as far as down here. Why it's not applying it here, I don't get that. It's there. So if I turn this off, it's right here, but why is it putting it... Is that putting it in this layer? No. I am so lost right now. So that's the way it should be looking, only on the white for this layer. What in the hell? I am so confused. This is blowing my mind. I don't understand why that's working that way. Am I just dumb, or what the heck? All of this layer here, anything above that, should not be affecting this. So the fact that I only want to show when I've got this one turned off, that doesn't make any sense. That's not how that's supposed to work. Oh my god. That is so daggone weird. No, that's what I was making sure. I painted on the shading, so if I turn the shading off, right? This is the layer that I painted in, right? See, look at. That's where it needs to be. But the fact that I don't want to apply it to here, and I turn that on, I don't understand that. I never had that happen before. So that shading should be applying to this white. That's in a separate texture, a separate layer. See, it shows there fine, but it won't here. And that's below where I actually painted. That is so dang strange. And I've already saved it, closed it, and reopened it, and it's still doing the same damn thing. That's just weird. This is definitely not normal. I mean, I've got it on overlay for the rest of it, so everywhere else is showing just fine. Let me try and do a separate layer. I'm just so confused right now. So if I go like this, there it is. That's what I painted, and that's what should be showing on the white, which it's not for whatever daggone reason. Let's pull this out here. Let me highlight that. So I'm still in the shading layer. I've never had this happen before. So see, I can actually select it. Let's take it out. Let me see if I can make a separate layer, which I shouldn't have to do. Overlay 44. Okay, let's go new layer. We'll apply this as an overlay. I'm just gonna make a secondary shading layer, I guess. Let's see what happens here. I shouldn't have to do this, but for whatever reason, it's forcing me to have to. So I got a separate overlay layer. We'll put this to 44. Come on. Okay. Now we'll just paint in that layer. Let's bring the texture back. There we go. And that's the color I want. See if it paints this. It's still not painting it. What in the frick is going on? What am I missing here? I'm missing something. I wonder if it's with the tool itself. Hold on. I'm missing something. I don't know what. So I don't want a vector. I haven't messed with any of this stuff, so I don't know why it would be gumming anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to understand why that's not working. Why doesn't it painting it down? Close path. I am so daggone confused right now. So even if I make a separate layer, it's still not. What the heck is going on here? Oh my god. I know it's something. It's got to be something simple here. I know it's nothing that I... That's not it. So it's not with the tool, which is just the line draw. Let's see here. No, it's not on the door handle layer. It's on the texture layer. Right here. And I'm not dealing with the door handle, so... See, it's painting it there, but it's... Yeah, so even making the separate layer, but it's not showing on the white. That's what I don't freaking understand. And I'm not in the wrong layer. That's what I'm double checking. What the frick? So this is good. Let me turn... I'm gonna go ahead and delete that because that's not working either. So the layer I wanted in is this one. Yeah, so that's going to be above that. Oh my goodness, this is freaking weird. Alright, let me try and... I don't know if it's something with just the overlay layer. The problem. Let me see if I can paint. Yeah, let me make another new layer. We'll keep it normal. That's going to be above this. Let me see if I can paint this. There's something up with that. See, that'll paint that. Right? Now if I do overlay, that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. So it's only when I put it to overlay. So do I, maybe I do have to keep it. I shouldn't have to. Wow, that is funky. That is just super funky. That's a 100% overlay. Let me try and multiply. Then I can tone it down that way. So I guess I'm going to make a separate layer for that. So I don't know if it has something to do with the white. I've never had that problem before. That's a first for me, that's for sure. And now it's letting me do it. So the fact that I'm not able to do it as an overlay with the shading layer on the white, that's super strange. I've never had that problem before. Anyway, so we'll do it like this. As a multiply, so we'll do this as a separate layer. I've never had to do that before. I don't know what's up with that. All I'm trying to do is basically apply some fabricated shading as far as to where we got that door trim. That's all I was trying to do, right? The fact that I can't put it in this same layer as the rest of the shading, that's just weird to me. I've never had to do that. Especially, you know, keeping the same level as what I've already got acquired. So it must be something with the white. With the overlay, I guess. You know, the fact that it's a dark color that I'm trying to apply to that shouldn't be an issue. Anyway, we're gonna try it this way. We'll do it separate like this to get what we're trying to do here. Yeah, two. So, actually, let me make this a little wider. I want to cover most of this white as much as possible. Let me select that. This layer, take that out. Let's make this a tad wider on the tool. Yeah, that's just blows my mind. So much so. Definitely never had to do that, but at least, if nothing else, something if you're having the same type of issue that I have, that's more tools in the toolbox. Right. Can't quite cover it all. Okay. White isn't on the door handle. Yeah, so yeah, I think we figured that out there. So apparently it doesn't like having it on the overlay, so I'm doing a multiply. So it might have something to do with just the white, and it's next to pure white. But again, like I was saying, I haven't had that problem before, so I don't know why it's being stubborn that way. Anywho, we're gonna try this level of shading. This is all fabricated, no AO. Just for clarity. So let's try it this way. We'll go ahead, layers, merge, flatten this down into a bitmap. And let's see how we look on our model. Yes. Back that up. And let's check our model. So there we go. We got a little bit of shading on it now. Whoop. Neat. Alright, let's render that. Oh my god, that's so whitewashed in there. Hold on. Render setup. Nope, I need environment. My bad. So let's go environment. Ambient. No, get out of that. I don't like how it makes it so much darker in the viewport here, but whatever. Just to get rid of the whitewash in here, and it's still not. See, it's just that preset that I'm using. Render setup. I'm gonna try a different preset. I don't like that one. It's so whitewashed, and it renders. It's hideous. Most of the scan lines usually are but I don't like how whitewash that is. Just don't like it. Under. Nope, I need environment. I'm the wrong dang on one, so let's do environment. Keep that as black. Yeah, see, I don't like how it darkens the viewport. It shouldn't do that. It should only affect just the render. It's so irritating. I don't like how dark it makes it in here. Yet, look at how white, how bright it is in the freaking render using that preset. So annoying. Alright, let's try. That one's high. I know mental ray takes a little bit more resources, I guess, to do that. This one. Going back to this. Anyway, you can kind of get a sense of the level of shading that's on it. Hopefully, it's so whitewashed though. I can't get it stepped down for whatever reason. It's something I've always struggled with as far as getting the lighting in the viewport and the render to be like a 1-to-1. Most of these presets that are in here that just don't allow for that without adding some fabricated light to your viewport and then it's still affecting the render. It's just so daggone whitewash. I don't know how to correct that. Now that I've already had it where I liked it, or we're having the issues with the back face culling and all that stuff like that, I kind of screwed it all up there, so I don't know why it's not putting it back the way I had it, where it was all nice and decent amount of lighting without using a mental ray. Let's try this one anyway. I don't like using mental ray on here because it really uses a lot more resources to do it. Oh my god. Yeah, that's no good. Dude, that's no good. No bueno. Okay, hold on. If this steps on the stream, we'll know why. Because most of these mental rays, they take a lot more to do it. Okay, that's almost more of a 1-to-1 there. It takes a little bit longer and a little bit more resources to do it. It's not as quick as the scan lines are, that's the only thing. But to get rid of, I guess, as far as this unparalleled lighting, I guess, as far as between the viewport and that. So yeah, it's taking a little bit longer, I guess, to do that. It uses a lot more memory and RAM or whatever to do that too, so that's the only reason why I don't like to usually use that during stream. Anyway, that's more of a 1-to-1 representation of that. Oop. Side by side. You can kind of get a sense of the fact that it's got the black background, that's the really only difference, but the lighting's relatively the same. Yeah, just the fact that it uses a little bit more resources to do that. I'm hoping it doesn't step on stream, because as far as with all that said. Anyway, you can see, let me see if I can zoom this in here a little bit more. Now that we've got that done. What I'll do now, we got that balanced out a little bit more. Let's go back into environment. Have changed all this. We'll go make this a little brighter. Now it's going to be more of a 1-to-1 with the mental ray. So what we see in here is what we should get on the render. But again, like I said, I don't usually like to use the mental ray because it tends to use a lot more resources than scanline. And plus it takes longer. Alright, so I'm watching my... Holy crap, that's using a lot of... Yeah, so there's pros and cons, I guess, as far as to doing mental ray as opposed to scanline. I usually, for stream at least anyway, I try to keep it quick, because otherwise it you know, as you can see, it takes longer for mental ray, and it definitely is using a lot more RAM to do that, as far as to run that process. But in order to get the 1-to-1, I guess, as far as on the lighting, this is... So this one's using mental ray, daylight high, and you can see how long that takes just to render, do a simple render. But if nothing else, it gives you that 1-to-1 comparison between what you see in the viewport. So there's the render, now that it's done, and what's in the viewport. See, and this is something that I was dealing with, you know, adding the white prior to doing the indent to it. There's really no clear definition of that, you know, as far as where that trim is and where the door starts. It's just kind of like a lot of white blobness. So let me zoom in on this a little bit more. Yeah, so you can definitely see it here, but not as much in the render. Zooming in a little bit more. Ah, crap. See, it just stepped on stream. See, stream buffered again. I'm going to stop using that. It's stepping on the stream a little too much. Yeah, I'm watching my processes here, and it's pegging out my physical memory here. It's higher than I would like it to be. Yeah, so I'm not gonna use that from this point on here. I'm gonna go back to scan line. We'll let this finish first. Holy crap, that's pegging up my RAM. Damn. Jesus, even the CPU is like angry right now. Hopefully this doesn't step on stream though. Let's finish already. Damn. Alright, there we go. That's better. Yeah, that uses so much resources just to do that. That's the only problem. That's why I don't usually like using that on stream, and I stick with scanline. Alright, so a little bit whitewash it. We can definitely see in the viewport though, as far as how much shading is applied to this. So it's just a little bit more whitewash in the renders also. Let me switch this render setup. That just uses way too much for my likings, for stream at least anyway. I'm gonna go back to scanline and we'll use let me check something here real quick. So in the material, yeah, see, this is the difference between mental array and scanline. See, they were black on the spheres here. That's a big difference too, and you see that disparity, I guess, as far as between the viewport and the render as well. But in an effort, I guess, to kind of free up resources and not use as much to make a render, you know, so when you're doing this and you're having to go back and forth like that, you probably don't want to use mental array unless you're trying to do a finalized render. You know, something static, I guess, to be able to showcase. That's kind of like the approach you would take with using mental array. Or just wanting to apply a UV map and just render it really quick to see what it looks like, better to use scanline. They use a lot less resources, I guess, as far as to do that. Yeah, so all my spheres are back to normal, I guess, as far as switching it, having it in mental array, but I am going to switch it back to scanline because that's just using way too much. At least for stream's sake, anyway. Alright, I just gonna remember which one I use now. I think I've used just about every dang one of these so far. Advanced lighting. And render. Okay, that's a little bit better. So this one is scanline advanced lighting draft. So most of your draft ones probably be a better option for that. So it's really quick. And sometimes, in some cases, you might have to still mess around with. And it's the same thing that no, I don't want to do that. You might have to deal with it yourself if you're doing these things. So let's go to material. See, put these all black back to black with that setting. So the fact that it steps on even like this one here, where I just got a default color to add contrast, I guess, as far as the different parts of the model, but you can't see the color because of that setting, that preset for the rendering. So the fact that it steps on the actual material in here, it's still there. It has that color applied, but it just makes all these black, and that's what I can't stand. But again, for sake of being able to do this on the stream and be a little bit, everything that we're doing here at this point is kind of draft anyway, because until we get it to where we feel like we're done, then you can finalize, I guess, those settings for that. All right, so anywho. Let me put it this way, we'll render that. Yeah, there we go. So now we can see almost the same one-to-one as far as how much shading we have on that. That's not too bad, actually. The true indicator is as far as what's going to look like, I guess, as far as for, you know, in the track itself. And that's the point we're trying to get to. Alright. Cool. Yeah, so we've had to make a few adjustments, I guess, as far as... I'm still stuck on, I guess, as far as why the heck I had to make a separate layer, I guess, as far as to put that shading on the white. That's super weird, but whatever. Never had to do that before. It's just, I'm still kind of stuck on that, though. Alright, so now what we want to do is do the next door. So all we're going to do, so now we got that wire, what we did on this door. We want to apply it and grid snap it to that same area. Let's do that next. So we'll go poly. Okay. That. And that. So that seemed to work, I guess, as far as the way we did it on this one. So we'll take the same approach. So there that is there. We'll do a quick planer. Gives us that. We just turn it that way. And scale it up in here. Now, if we wanted to ensure that we have the proper orientation as far as being, you know, this is up and that's down and side to side, we could add something to the texture to confirm that. Let's do that. So let's go to, oh, I don't know, let's make a separate layer here. It's only going to be temporary. Do a separate layer, and we'll just add an arrow. Oh, I probably didn't even add, hold on, you don't even need to do that. Shouldn't need to do that. Let's delete that. Stay above this here. I'm going to go into shapes and just add an arrow to this. Yep. And this is just going to be temporary, just to confirm that we have proper orientation of this in here. That's all it's going to serve for. We'll go like that. Put it there. So up is up. So if we see this in the same way that we see in our texture on what we UV mapped there, then we know we're good. Why is that not doing it? Okay. Yep, and that already made a separate layer there. So all I'll do here, since that's just temporary, we're gonna go layers, merge all, flatten, save that as a bitmap, and that should apply to our model. We'll back this up right back to where we were. Sweet. Now if we update the texture here, and it should show up on here too. So now we can see that arrow. We put that. So why am I not, hold on here, why am I not seeing it here? Alright, we need to fix that probably. But right off the bat, we can see it up here at the top, but we don't see it here. That's got to be Evan. Evan's about the only one that seems to use that one. How we doing there, Evan? Alright, so we gotta need to come to the determination here. What is going on with this one here? So let's go into our... Oh, I see what it did. Okay. So because I had them all separated as a group there, it only quick planar to get as far as the one poly. So we're gonna fix that. We're gonna do quick poly on this, and I was thinking I was probably gonna have to do this anyway. So it's holding true, I guess, as far as what I thought was gonna be the case in the first place. We can go ahead. I'm gonna put this to the side here for a second, just for un momento, and then. But we can see on the top here, at least here, did apply that arrow for our first initially mapped one here. What is that emote? Oh, that's the crayons. It always shows different on my bot. That's kind of weird. Stream Deck was the move. Oh yeah, I know you said you were going to get one, or you had got one. I'm thinking more touch portal for me. Those stream decks, you know, especially, and you never did confirm or deny, I guess, as far as if you got an Elgato. I just think those are just too, they're overpriced. I'm thinking more of a touch portal. But being able to get myself like just a low-end tablet to be able to put the touch portal on and then assign. I just need to find a. It's not in the budget right now. That's for damn sure. You're gonna be lurking, or are we working still? Set up today, and it's really nice, cool. So I'm assuming you did get an Elgato, which, like I said, in my opinion, those are a little bit overpriced for what they are. But you each their own. All right, let's quick planar that. Cool. That over to the side. What else do I got going on in here? What is this? Oh, that's the other ones that I selected there, I guess. No, that's the top. What the heck? Hold on a second. Oh, that's for the other one. Got it. Alright. We need to move those guys out of the way. Here, hold on a second. So we're going to take this guy. Let's get these out of the way. Just for more clarity. Let's move all of these out of the way. No lurk, or you... Okay, that was your lurk emote. That's the only reason why I was asking. gotcha. Hopefully you got a good deal, I guess, on the Elgato, at least anyway. Didn't pay out the butt, I guess, for it. Alright, so this one. Cool, so I think that's the size we'll go with right there. This is already mapped to that. Cool, so all the rest of these here, we're going to go ahead and put them the same size. So this one, where that one at? That's this panel, cool. Put that one here, we're going to grid snap that. This one right here. This is the size we're going to apply it to. Alright, cool. Is video's still not freezing, that's good. Hopefully it stays that way. So far, so good. Be good to me, Twitch. Hopefully I've done enough yelling and complaining that finally listened to me. Alright, so we're going to leave a little bit of padding for what we're trying to grid snap this to. Alright, that'll work. We'll go to vertex. We got the grid snap on. We'll snap it like that. Yeah, I was thinking I was going to have to do it this way anyway, as far as one at a time as opposed to doing it all in one piece. We could have probably applied a flatten map as well, and it would have gave us you know, a much more separated, you know, those three polys. But now we can see how that, you know, we got that orientation as far as that being the same as we got in our texture and on our model. It's just as simple as putting, you know, like an arrow or something to give you a proper orientation of what you're trying to map. Alright, let's go back to poly level. This one and this one's over here, so we'll grid snap that up to there. And we'll eventually end up removing that arrow once we're done. And again, this is probably very much the long way of doing this, right? So I'm doing this on this one door. So for the other doors, what I'll do is select them all together. What it's going to probably come down to, I'll try flap mapping. What I'll probably try next, I'll do another door, select a 3, do a flatten mapping, and that should give us more separated polys. And then we'll be able to put those where we need them to go. Just to show all the different ways that you can go about as far as mapping this. So either you do it one by one like I'm doing, or in a pairing and just try something different as far as your mapping, either normal, unfold, or so on. We'll see what results we get. You don't necessarily have to stick with just using a quick planer every time. Alright, so let's just give it a little bit of padding. Alright, so we got that. Go to vertex. Grid snap is still on. Sweet. So the grid snapping's being good to us so far. It's not being a jerk like it can be sometimes. And again, like I've said before, with the way the grid snap is supposed to work, the way it's primarily designed is to snap to this outside blue grid for your texture, right? So, but the fact that we do have the ability to use it for snapping vertices in such a fashion, it's kind of a nice little option for that grid snap. So there's that orientation. All the way around, we got that the way it should be. They're all going in the same direction, and in this case, a counterclockwise. Nope, clockwise, my bad. That'd be clockwise. Cool. Oh my goodness, what did I do there? Got a little wonky there. Alright, so let's do the next set of doors here. So I put that all up over here, so that's where all this is at. Let's go this way. Select, whoa, crap. Right away. So all of that is right over in this door. So with all those selected, what we'll do, since we already got it in here like this, and separate out, we initially did a quick planer. Let's try a flatten map. And it gives us this option. Let's see how this looks. So these are all more separated. Okay, let's go this way. You kind of see what the result of that one is. That's not bad. You can probably work with that. What we'll do, probably still even so, is grab this poly. You can see that's this poly. So for the most part, we're probably still going to have to grid snap them independently. But that's just another option to use a flatten mapping as opposed to the quick planer to make sure we get all the polys that we selected separated. So we don't have to do the quick planar all over again for each poly. When you use flat mapping, it's going to apply basically a quick planar to each poly that you selected in it as a group. Okay, we'll do it this way. In any case, they're all going in the same area. We're dedicating this one section of the texture for just the door trim. Alright, so let's give it a little bit of padding. Good. And then we want to go to vertex and snap those in. So yeah, if it does appear that I'm taking much the long way around this thing, I'm just trying to show all the options and all the ways that you can deal with this like there. I could probably have this done by now, you know, as far as to not show all the different ways, but again, it's all the hold your hand mode. Definitely more than one way to go about this. Absolutely, and there's no wrong way. The ultimate is how you get to the end result, and it shouldn't be all about how fast you can get it out, you know, get it outputted. It's just understanding, I guess, as far as what steps you can take, you know, just not to be like super fast, like whip, 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 you know, click, click, done. No, you don't need to be like that. Take a little bit of time, I guess, as far as to ensure that everything is good to go. Oops, so that one's not wanting to snap or something. Who's mooing at me? Yeah, so you mooing at me? What's up? How's it going there, yeah, so? Alright, so there's that one. The one we just did is right there. So we can see the orientation of this. I think this one's backwards. Nope. Those are both, yep, both in the same direction on both sides. Like that. See, well, we got that going. So now we gotta get the top. Same to you. Okay. There's this one. So we got this one last one to do. Scale that down and grid snap it to that same area of the texture. Who played that one? Didn't show who played that one. As far as the horse fart. Evan coming in sneaking up place. Yeah, for sure. He always does that. He likes to do that. Oh, Evan played that. Why did that not show? Oh my goodness. Twitch has been updating so much stuff here that everything is just out of whack. You know, you used to be able to look at all the different pieces here to be able to get, you know, in the activity feed and so on. I got to look in so many different places now to, you know, see who's done what. It's freaking kind of dumb. So, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. So far, stream's been going really good. Stream hasn't froze, and I'm hoping it stays that way, even with all the other complications, I guess, as far as with yeah. Hopefully. Crossing the fingers. We got the cross the fingers emote out there. I know Richard James had played that one, I guess, as far as right at the beginning of stream too. And hopefully it's a good omen. I was really liking the crayons. That's what we do here on Saturdays, though. We get a little bit creative. So if you're feeling a little bit left out on what I'm doing here, that's what we got the crayons in there for. Okay. That's good. Now we just want to grid snap it. So this is going to be the top, alright. There we go. So how did we end up there? So this one's going the opposite way. So we want to turn this one. This one's going in this way. So we want them going all the same direction. As far as in this case, clockwise. I'm going to flip this one in for in. And we can do that by doing it that way. What was that? Cool. Now we're all going the same direction, all clockwise in this case for each door. Next, so we can see how this is looking so far. Let's render this really quick just to kind of see what we got. Got a little bit more clarity on with that having that arrow in there. Render this real quick. There we go. So you kind of get a sense of how much depth there's going to be in there. Now, granted, that arrow is not going to stay on there, but it gives you a little bit more clarity in how much depth that we have there. I mean, Emmer should be, you know, based on common building practices, we should have the same amount of thickness as we do here. That's roughly, I'm assuming, 8 inches. From where the red's at to the where the door actually seals up. Peggy forgot the meat. What? Crayons are the best snacks. I know Evans mentioned that too. Ham flavored crayons? Really? Crayon for activities in case you're hungry for snack. You know, it's just colored wax, right? I don't know how, I don't really know how harmful I guess that would be to your digestive system, but I've never eaten crayon, so I wouldn't know. I would take your word for it. Alright, so next door. We'll follow the same approach here that we did for this door. So we'll grab all these polys. Uh-oh, hold on. What the heck? Hold on. Why are you not selecting that? Hold on. There we go. That one. That one. And that one. Cool. So now we'll go ahead, quick planer that. Go to our UV edit window. Got all that. Okay, so this is our initially. We'll do a flatten map. Get this result. We just need to turn them this way. Okay, they're all nice and separated out. We can deal with each poly independently. Bring it down to where we want it. Let me see if I can move this over. This is what we're dealing with right here. See that? This is the one that we're dealing with right. You prefer paste? Some of them prefer glue. Wax passes through. It does. It's all sloppy and no Joe. Okay. Oh, Peggy forgot the meat. I gotcha. Haven't eaten a crayon in about 60 years. Wow. 64. Yeah. So 65 in October. Damn. You know, the fact that, you know, as the saying goes, can't teach an old dog new tricks. I think Torch would have something to say about that. What Torch has been able to accomplish with a lot of track builds like the Texas Motor Speedway, he is still working on it. That's probably just, again, for full disclosure and clarity. He's just taking a little bit of time, I guess, to do it right. And I can definitely spec it and appreciate it. It's going to look fantastic when he gets done with it. Even more so than it is already. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said you would definitely have something to say about that. How much is crayon flavored B-Day cake? I don't know. Yeah, you'd have. Let us know there, trucking guy. Like I said, I have never taken the approach, I guess, as far as to eat any crayons. But like Yasso pointed out, it's wax based, so I guess it passes right through. I'm not gonna test that theory. Alright, so it was this side I was working on. Okay. This is the side we did right now. Alrighty then, so next, this guy. There we are, we'll bring that down. Now, again, some would necessarily beg to differ. So like if I was to use a lot more real estate, be able to put this down here, selected all those, done a flattened mapping, all of them are separated out, and just put them all in one area, you could take that approach. You could definitely probably take that approach if you wanted to. This is just one way of many ways that you could probably tackle, I guess, as far as doing this trim around the doors. But yeah, you could do that too. I guess as far as to basically select all of these faces here, the polys there for the door trim. Select them all as one group. Do a flat map. Have them all as one big chunk there, and then just squeeze it down. I guess as far as the smaller section, I guess, of the texture. You could do that. You could absolutely do that. I guess I'm just taking the approach that if I actually wanted to apply some type of, something on here, to verify, I guess, as far as that the orientation of where I'm mapping it is the way it should be, that's why I'm doing it this way. It's definitely the longer way. I don't disagree, but again, just for clarity and full transparency. I'm probably spending way more time than I need to, I guess, as far as on something as simple as door trim. But this is one way to do it, and not exactly the absolute only way you can do it. I know I speak for some, I guess, as far as to say, like, yeah, I could already have that done, and we'd be moving on to the next thing here. About the only other thing that I want to do, and I could probably take that approach with the other doors, just to show that, I guess, as far as for the other areas of the doors. So once we apply that inset to it, to the other doors, we can do the same way, like I just said. I could create another, so this area here is not being used. We can make another white area in our texture, and just squeeze it all down in that one little area. The fact that for the most part it's just going to be a solid color with a little bit of fabricated shading, probably don't need to go this far as I'm going. Probably don't really need to, but I'm taking the initiative to do so. So shoot, no, I lost where I was. Crap. I think I know what I was doing. Good snapping these. Got that one done. That's good. Shoot. You had the top one, right? You can get all that. Cool. Alright, that one's already good to go. Sweet. Well, I kind of lost my way there for a little bit. I had to reorient myself there just for a second. Alright, so at least on these doors, we're going to take this approach, and then we'll take a little bit different approach for the other doors. Okay. It just really all depends on what you're thinking on doing with the trim, and like I said, if you really did want to apply a more detailed type of thing, as far as like some of that trim might have like a decal on it, and you want to have the proper orientation on it, this is what you'd want to do. So make sure that the orientation of that poly on your texture is going to be proper orientation. Age is technically something you could be 5 years old and be told you're 69. Yeah, so like being immature, I guess, as far as that comes in mind. Societal perception in society is biased depending on who's the loudest. Oh, that's for sure. Whatever age you want to generally identify. Yeah. Yep. So I kind of consider myself to get to be, somewhat intellectual, but I'm not a child, right? In some cases I can be, I tend to like to be child tendencies, but not to be like throwing a tantrum, for example. Some would necessarily look at it as just like, oh, you're just being childish, when actually I'm trying to make an adult argument. I'm trying to make a legit argument as an adult. Some people would consider to be childish, so that's where age can become into consideration, I guess, as far as acting not your age, right? I kind of get a little bit offended, I guess, as far as not to the point where I get butthurt like some people do, but just to get offended that people like that don't necessarily want to see that I'm making a smart, intellectual, adult argument, I guess, about something that I don't agree with, for example. People just want to call you childish, I guess, when you try to present it, I guess, in such a fashion. It's kind of irritates me. Okay, we got one more door to do, so we got all that one done. Screen's supposed to be moving. It is moving. I'm checking it on my end too, so. Yep. I wasn't moving there while I was rambling there, but yeah. I see it's still moving. That's good. And we're 2.5 hours in. Sweet. So, yeah, I'm going to take a little bit different approach for doing these other doors. As far as how I map it and so on. But since I've already started these door openings, I guess the way I have, I'm going to continue that process, at least anyway. Okay. Got all that. Now we'll go ahead and go into here. So that's where all those are located currently, and we'll go to mapping, flatten map. Yes. If I don't change any of the settings on that, you could probably mess with that if you wanted to like change the spacing between them and such like that. I usually just leave that all the same. Nothing else, I just have to rotate it like so. And then I've got each poly, in this case here, because there's only 3 of them there, put them where they need to go. So we're dealing with this one right here right now. Okay, scale that down. Yeah, I was just talking there for a second. I'm trying to keep the screen moving so you guys, can actually, what's really going to be the indicator at this point, even if I am pausing, not moving stuff around in the screen, you can still see the up timer. So if the up timer freezes, then that's your really best indicator here on Saturday is that the video is frozen. So far, it still seems to be going, so that's good. Hopefully, it stays that way. We haven't had too much luck here on Saturdays as of late, so. And they've been very random too. At first there it seemed to be only happening like about an hour in. For stream on last Saturday for the 4-year Twitch anniversary, it kind of got stepped on about right now. Right about this time, so keeping those fingers crossed, I guess, as far as that it don't do that. All my children are grown and out of the house, except for the youngest, who is 19. Right. I know you and I have talked about that. And the fact that he's working and, he's working on getting his own vehicle and stuff like that. He's being productive and constructive, and that's good. Very good. It's a kind of a very good time, I guess, as far as for people that are as young as he is, and not so much for us old people. That are much older than he is, because I've had my fair share of difficulties finding a reasonable job, I guess, as far as that doesn't comply, I guess, with someone that's entry level, and that's been super tough. So I've been relying quite a bit on just the streaming, and showing my what is otherwise a hobby, to be more, trying to make that more of like my mainstay, I guess, as far as my main source of income. Because as far as doing it any other way, it doesn't seem to be working for me. So it kind of contradicts what I was saying. It's about not being able to teach an old dog new tricks. When I say that, I guess, as far as I've got a lot of experience in a lot of different areas, but because of my age, it's kind of an intimidation by a lot of employers, because they don't feel like they can pay you enough for what you might be worth, right? So I think that's been a lot of my experience with job hunting, is they don't want to have to do it. They'd rather hire somebody that has less experience and pay them lesser money, as opposed to hiring someone with more experience and pay them a little bit more. That's the problem that I have been encountering with the job hunting as of late. So, not that I don't stop, I guess, as far as eventually something's probably going to fall in my lap to be like, it's just going to fall in line, I guess, as far as, an employer is going to be recognizing, I guess, as far as what my abilities are, both from the military experience standpoint as well as my civilian, and come to that realization. It's like, yeah, I want to make sure this guy's, I'm paying all what he's worth. It just doesn't seem to exist for now, at least anyway. I can already see on this one here, I need to turn this one as well. Didn't do it on this one either. All right, let me do that. Just need to flip these two. We can do that this way. That one. And there's that one. Cool. So now we got them all going in the same direction. Cool. So that's one way, I guess, to do that trim. Like so. Awesome. Now what we'll do for this other set of doors is do it a little bit different. So we're going to go ahead and collapse this down for the time being. Please. That's, we're going to call that good for now. For being overqualified. Yeah. And I think that's kind of the boat that I'm in right now. It's like I almost got too much qualification, and a lot of these employers are not willing to pay me right off the bat what I'm really worth. So, but I'm not willing to set, this is my, you know, and I get told all the time, because, you know, you're just being ridiculous, you're being stupid, because as far as like, get yourself a job, even if you got to take less. No, at the age that I'm at, if I can't get at least what I'm worth right now, I don't want the job. I'm not gonna take the time, I guess, as far as to work my way up to get to where I should be. If that makes sense. If that makes me an idiot, I guess, as far as this is what I've been told by other people, then I guess so. But I'm not willing to take a job at this point for less than what I'm worth. I know what I'm worth. If employers are not willing to pay what I'm worth, then I don't want it. So, okay. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do these back doors. Okay, so we're going to take these two, attach these as a separate object. Object 2 will be fine. Alright, and then we'll back the pivot, and we're going to snap it to one of these corners. Pivot. And we'll move this guy right out. That'll work. Do that. Turn that off. Cool. So for now that we got that in position here, we'll go ahead and hide that. We'll be able to put that in position once we get our... I want to put the same amount of thickness on this as I do on this side. I don't know for sure if that's what it is, but that's what I'm going with. So we had whatever that value was. Let's go back to that. So this value here, which is 8 inches, that's how much we want to either add or subtract to our vertices that we extend out. In this case here, I think it's going to be a positive number. Oh crap. Because we're going opposite direction than we did on the other side of the building. This, zoom it in there, there we go. Alright, so we need to grab these edges around these two doors. Get what you pay for. Not the case for me there, Torch. That's the thing. You want crap, you pay crap. Yeah, that's probably more true, I guess, as far as that. And the fact that most employers that I have encountered, they seem to be more willing, I guess, to take lesser experience so that they can pay less. Not a lot of employers are on board with this $15 an hour at minimum. And it's kind of sad. I mean, when you consider the inflation, as they want to call it in this time frame, the fact that most employers aren't willing to pay that or more than that, it's kind of sad, actually. Even for somebody that's younger. I mean, and especially some of the hours that most of these employers are wanting you to work, based on the amount of pay, it's ridiculous. You got no time for yourself at all. I think that needs to be fixed, big time. You know, people working next to 16, 18 hours a week, you know, or a day, and only getting like 4 hours of sleep, and only having maybe an hour if you're lucky, I guess, as far as to do what you need to do, I guess, as far as to, you know, have some balance in your life. That's just insane to me. I dealt with a lot of that, and that's how I got sleep deprivation, I guess, as far as when I was in the service, and ultimately it was my demise as far as to continue into the... So mental health is running rampant, I guess, as far as with the way civil jobs are today, and that's just, it's terrible. It's just terrible. I don't know whatever happened to like working a 12-hour shift, or maybe, I don't know, let's say 4 days out of the week, and you still got plenty of time to do what you need to do, because as far as outside of work, it's like everything just becoming all about work, 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 work. Mental health just goes out the, you know, it just gets destroyed. I guess that's probably the best word I can think of, and that's not good. It's not good. And I'm an advocate for that, because I have what can be considered mental health disorder, I guess, as far as with the sleep deprivation that I acquired being in the service. And I don't get it twisted, I guess, as far as I don't blame, I guess, as far as being in the service. I made that choice to enlist, I guess, as far as to encounter that. I did what I needed to do while I was enlisted to do my duty, right? But the fact that I have this, the fact that I've done something, I guess, to correct it, or at least try to correct it, and I'm still continuing to do so by not taking a job that is requiring me to work ungodly hours and further hurt my mental disorder. You know, and that's probably another issue that I deal with there, because in my medical jacket for my military history, that's in my jacket, I guess, as far as that mental disorder that I have for the sleep deprivation. It's just something that it's a liability to a lot of employers. They don't want to have to deal with that. That's a lot of baggage. You know, and it's not being discriminatory or anything like that. It's in their choice, I guess, as far as if they want to be able to deal with that or not. So when they got other choices for people that are applying for any particular job, and they can choose somebody that doesn't have that issue over somebody that does. It's very easy for them to do that without being discriminatory. You know, so that's kind of what we're dealing with here in this day and age. Okay, so we got all these edges selected. We're going to go ahead and shift drag this out like so, and then now we want to get it to that same level thickness. So what we're going to do is get this value on the Y, which is at 4.125, and we need to add, nope, we got to subtract still. So this is going back. Yep, so this is at 4.125. This one's at, yeah, okay, so we have to subtract this value. Oh, not that one. My bad, we'll clear that out. We need to subtract this value, 0.2032, from 4.125. So we'll go copy this into our calculator. Paste that, and then subtract 0.2032, which is in meters 8 inches. And then we need to have it at this value, so we're going to copy that value. And this is where we need to put this one at. Well, all of these verts that we just extended out anyway. Paste that. So we need to go a little bit more out. Cool. So we'll go to each one and do the same thing. And again, hold your hand mode. We're going to go to each one of these individually and just paste in that value. And bring it out to that 8 inches. Like so. Cool, that's one door. Now, we'll take this approach and we'll just grab all these verts. We should have 4 of them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll just apply that same value to all of them at once. Pull it all out at once. So either if you go one by one or all in one full swoop, there you go. So now we got that. Both these doors set to 8 inches on that trim. Okay, now what I'll do, now we got the distance that we want there. We'll bring back those doors. Holy crap, is that the first, no, I think you got, who got a jackpot earlier? Who got a jackpot earlier? I think that's, I think you did earlier there too. Is that the second one there? I wasn't keeping track. Anywho, so what I want to do is bring back those doors that I detached earlier. Oh, James did. Oh, that's what it was. I knew somebody did. It's like, yeah, no, yeah. I had to jog my memory there. That was right at the start of stream there, because I know I remember Richard James had mentioned as far as the bot missed him. Must have missed him because of the fact that he gave him a. Alright, so we need to move this guy. That pivot there, we did that earlier. So we're going to go vert snap. Right there. Cool. Now we're going to remap all of this. And I'm going to take a different approach to this, as I've already mentioned. So I think I may make an adjustment to the texture again. Alright, we're going to do it this way. We can get rid of this arrow. We don't need that anymore. So I'm going to add a little bit more white to this section. We're not using this at all. This is open. Okay. Let's add, go into texture, yeah, right in this layer. So I guess I'm just gonna rename this one here. This is gonna be door trim shading. Just for clarity in my template. Door trim shading. There we go. Cool. That way I know what that one's for. Yeah, we're gonna create another area here of white. So I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go take this color. We'll go into let's do a line. I was trying to think there how I wanted to do this. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna draw this in here like so. Oh crap, we need to make that a little bit smaller. Got ahead of that wide. Let's do that. Draw this in here. Go. We're just maximizing the use of our template here, at least anyway. Texture template. Like that, and we'll fill that area in. So this is what we'll use to put those doors. So I'm gonna select all those polys at once, and then I'm gonna squeeze it all into this area. This would be a different approach to it, just to show how much flexibility you have in being able to do it the long way like I did with those, or squeeze it all into one area, you know, even a smaller area. Okay, hopefully that'll bring some clarity. So let's do this. So now we got that all out like that. Let's get off of this. Now we'll select the building. Cool. And let's grab all these polys at once. This is going to be a little bit different approach, but should have relatively the same effect. Grab all of these. Like so. Okay, now with all those selected. Oh, you know what? I goofed it. I forgot to do the unwrap. Got ahead of myself. So we got to unwrap it first, because we want to change the mapping to that texture. We want to unwrap that part. There we go. Whoopsie. So now we can select the polys. I was like, what? I missed a step. Got ahead of myself. Became very evident, because as far as once I came back, it was like, whoa, crap, don't have the unwrap in there. It's a very important step. So make sure the unwrap is applied. Select your polys that you want to apply the unwrap to. Open up our editor window, bring in your texture. So all of those, we can see where they're at initially here. So what I'm going to do is do a flatten map on all those selected, and this is the result we get. So it looks like the only thing we got to do is do it like this. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to bring in our new texture too. So let's do this. View and update our texture. Oh crap, I didn't bring it. Did I not save it? I didn't. Okay, hold on. Again, I got ahead of myself. So we applied it to the texture, but we didn't actually save our texture. Let's do layers, merge all flatten, save as, bitmap. There. Now back that up. Now that should be in our texture. Now we gotta update it. There we go. So now we know where to put it. So it's being applied to our model here, as well as our texture for unwrap. Okay, so we're gonna squeeze all of this. So this is all the polys for this trim on the back side. We're gonna put these right in that square that we created on our texture. Squish it all right in there. And this is by using a flatten map. So we could probably do the same thing for even the front doors if we want. Just squeeze it all right in this area. So we wouldn't even need to use that spot, for example. So that's just another way to go about it, to make that process a little bit. See, we got all that in there now. All of it's mapped to that white section there. I don't have the fabricated shading to it yet, but we can do that next. Whoop. Went too far back. Okay, let's go into this one. Oh. Yeah, door trim. I didn't even spell that right. Hold on. Y'all was supposed to keep me honest here. Didn't spell that right. Words are hard. Trim shading. There we go. So in this level, I want to paint in. There we go. All right, let's paint in Now I'm in the door trim layer. Yeah, I'm still kind of really stuck on the... Oh, gotta change the color, you dumb butt. Now, see, now that one made more sense as far as why it did that, because I didn't change the color. Let me see if I can grab this one. Yeah, I guess it will let me do that. Then we'll paint it. There we go. I can always clean this up later, but just to give you an idea of, you know, how to go about that. I know it's kind of sloppy right now, we can always clean it up later. There, so I got a little bit of shading on that. Why does it not seem like it's leveled it? Alright, what I might need to do, let's do this. Oh, I see what happened. This is what will happen when you use a lot of these blending layers. So when I use the eyedropper to get this here, it puts it at a different level. So yeah, that's basically what happened there. So let's do this. We're going to turn off background, that one. Get it to this level. Select it this way. That's the color we need to have. So that's why it was so light there. Yep. So let's do this. Here. That makes sense. That's normal as far as for it to do that. So if you ever witness it that way, that's probably why. So the fact that I initially used the eyedropper to go this way and select the color obviously made it lighter. You got to get to the base level. Even though you've got that selected, it's going to pick up whatever layers are underneath it. That's what you have to take into consideration when you're using the eyedropper for that type of stuff. Alright, so let's see if we can flood fill this. There we go. Now it still might be a little bit dark because I already had some in there. I think that's what happened there. Let's back that all the way up. No, I don't want to do that. Crap. I know what I can do. Let me go ahead and select that, take it out, and I'll redraw it in there. That's going to be the best approach for that. Yeah, we'll just redraw it in there. Now that we got the proper color that we need, and it should be the same as this one over here. That'll work. Okay. Now, just to double check here, I don't have the updated wire in here just yet. I want to get as much of that filled in as possible. Yeah, let's go a little bit more. I want to fill this in as much as I can here. You can always clean this up later, like I said. Alright, that should work. There we go. So we got the same amount of level shading in that area as we do the previous part. Okay, cool. Now let's layers, merge, flatten that. Save it as a bitmap. That should apply it to our model. Update it here. Cool. And it should also be updated here. Cool. So that's another way to go about it. That's obviously a lot more quicker, but it doesn't take into account the orientation of those polys like we did on the other side of the building. So if that's not as much of a concern as far as the orientation of it, you just need that color on there, then you can take that approach too, and it does it obviously much faster. Okay, so it's just depending on how much clarity you need. So at this point here too, what I want to do is probably take this shading that's on the red part. We don't need that anymore. Now that we've got this inset here with the shading applied to that, we don't need that anymore. So that was the precursor, I guess, as far as to adding some type of definition, I guess, as far as to the door being flat. So now that we've got this inset, we don't need that shading that's on the red part anymore. So what we can do, what I am going to do is back this up. Not only turn, I guess I can just go ahead and just turn it right off. Yep. So the fact that I got that just in that one layer, I can just turn that completely off. Because now we're getting all of our shading from the trim areas here. And I'll probably, for the front side, I might leave that there. Just to have those two differences there. So the rest of the trim for the doors, so I still got on the one gable end, I'll put that in this area as well. So the only thing that's going to be in this area is going to be the doors facing the track side. Alright. And it's not using that much real estate. That'll work out just fine. Okay. Yeah, so for the other doors on the gable end here, for the man door and that, we'll put the same amount of inset to it, just much the same as we did the other doors. There you go. We'll have it. And then I'll remove that shading from that. Let's still go ahead and save that without that shading on. We'll do layers, merge all, flatten. Save that as another bitmap. Cool. And then, alright, timer's still going, sweet. Video's still good, alright, making sure. I'll look at the center model. So now we shouldn't have that shading around the outside of the door itself. We don't need it anymore, like you said. Oops, turn it this way. Now we'll render it. That's how we look now. Oh, that looks so much better. See, this is where this is what I was trying out prior to showing it on stream, and just go through the whole process of what I was, to get that definition. So you can see right here, I guess, as far as all that shading that's on that inset there, and it offsets the door, but it gives you that true definition, I guess, as far as of that inset. So no matter if the doors are open or closed, you're going to get that clarity with it. All right, let me go ahead and collapse this down. Yeah, so this is the same process that I was going through. It came to that conclusion. It's just like, man, we got to have that inset on those doors, because it just looks like so flat. Looks just so flat. All right, so now let's do this. We'll hide these guys. I need to bring back the building 2, which is our inside, and we'll render it again. We can see how it looks with the doors open. That's what the door is open from the inside. So that's pretty much what we'll have going on in the inside. So when the doors are open during race session, if you want to use it for that, that's what it'll look like. So no matter if it's open like that, and we don't even have the other doors open yet, so it'll open it up quite a bit more too. But let's go ahead, put the doors back. So this is what it looks like with the doors closed. So I'm simulating the transparency that's going to be applied to that other model for removing the doors. So we're not going to necessarily remove the doors like I'm doing here in Max, but just add transparency to it. And we can go either way with that too. I guess as far as to make a separate pass file with the doors removed, and you go that route, not use transparency at all, or we can just use transparency, I guess, as far as to put it. So doing it the way that I just explained is going to add a whole nother model that you would have on top of another one, basically. That might add a little bit more poly weight than we want to have, especially with all the extra detail that we've got in this model at this point. It would probably be better to use transparency. So only thing we'll do is use the same model, only we're going to tell it, on this session, I want the mapping to the door to be on this section of the texture. So that's the big difference between having a model that has the doors not on it and the doors with on it. Having those two models still in the whole 3DO, it's still going to have a lot of poly weight to it, even though one's not showing in one session as opposed to the other. That's something to take in consideration when you're building it in that fashion. So we're probably going to take the approach of just having the one model and then have one pass file to say, okay, during this session I want the doors to be mapped to this area, and in another session I want it mapped to this area. It's the only difference that we'll make to it. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. Alright, so we got the front side of this one here. Now we need to do this gable end. And we'll do the same approach as we did on this one here. Wait a minute. What's happening here? Did I not move? Oh, I see what happened here. So we got to move on the inside doors here. I think I know what's going on. So in building 2, we actually got to remove. Yep, I know what's going on. Hold on. Let's hide building 1 here. I see what's going on. Hold on. We got to move those doors too to apply that same offset that we did on the outside, the exterior building. So let's hide this. Right. Yep. That's what's going on. So we already inset it on this part of building 2. We did not do that on this part. Okay, cool. I didn't realize I already did that on this one. Apparently I did though. Holy crap. Yeah, so playing the siren scared the crap out of me. How we doing there, Major T. Magruder? What's going on today? Jeez, oh Pete there, yeah, so scared the Jesus out of me. Wee woo beedo, right? So yeah, this one's a separate. Yep, okay, we got that as a separate object. Why did it not apply? Alright, I'm confused. So this is building 2, right? Yeah. I guess what I needed to do is just remove those polys from building 2 here. That's what I need to do, I guess. We only need it on this side. Right, let me render this really quick. So there's probably no doors on this side. Hold on. Exactly. Okay, I think I know what we need to do. Yeah, we'll make this work out. So what I didn't take into consideration, so if we were to have all the doors open on this thing here during a race session, we definitely want to make sure we got a backside to the doors, because otherwise there would be nothing showing. And that's some flexibility that we have in the model, whether or not we want to have that much definition in the interior of it, right? So do we necessarily, so like say for example, if we have all the doors open, do we need to have a backside to it, right? Probably not, because if the doors are open, especially all of them, maybe not the man door. So there's going to be some adjustment that we'll have to make to which doors will have a backside and which ones don't when the doors are open, for example. Don't worry, you're not being pulled over. You gotta hope not. Hope not. Okay, so yeah, that's the conclusion. So the fact that I rendered it this way, so we're looking at it from the inside, these doors do not have a backside, which is fine, because we're not going to be able to see that anyway, especially from trackside, especially when the doors are open, let alone closed. So let's render this one more time just to kind of show. So there's no backside to those, right? But what I was witnessing here, based on building 2, we still got these doors in here, so we probably could remove the ones here. I didn't attach those from building 2. So the only ones I have on this track side are just the one set of doors. So what is basically going to come down here, we want to use these doors that we already inset, which is object 2. Yep. So we need to remove these polys off of building 2, which is the interior. You don't need those there. Let's go ahead and do that. Take this one here, take that out, this one out. There we go. Now, if we bring back, now keeping in mind this is still the interior. So these insets here that we got in are on the exterior. So if I bring back building, it's going to fill that all back in. Alright, so now, again, just for clarity, if we got these sets of doors, and also these sets of doors that we can work with. Hide those. Now this is what it's going to look like with the doors open. We'll render it from both there. So this is from trackside. Let's put it like that. That'll work. Render. That's what it's going to look like from trackside with the doors open so far. So much more definition, I guess, as far as having that white trim, even with the shading, as far as on that, as opposed to not. In my opinion, that looks so much better. I don't know what y'all think, but this is what I've came to the conclusion. This is why I'm showing this all on stream today, because I already worked all the way through this previously, and I came to this conclusion like, man, this looks so much better this way. So that's from trackside. So if you look at it from this side, let's get a good angle. So this is from the back side of it. This is what we're considering backside. I don't know how those at the Lacrosse Speedway actually look at this building, but this has been our orientation. We're considering this the backside. It's facing away from the track. This is how it looks from the backside at this point. Now, one can, at this point can beg to differ. It's like, do we even want to mess with what's going on with the gable end as far as these doors? you could probably leave it just like that and be perfectly fine, and just deal with the backside and the trackside doors, garage doors, and call it good. You could definitely do that. It really comes down to testing it to see how much, with all this additional poly weight, not so much to the texture, but more on the poly weight side of it, is it still going to be sufficient? If we're not experiencing, I guess, a drastic drop in frames, probably leave it that way and continue to probably even add more definition, I guess, as far as the gable end doors, much the same as you did the front and the back. Gotta go pick up the kiddo. All right. Yeah, so we should be here for a little bit, I guess, as far as I want to get this actually compiled and add a new race weekend session so we can work with these doors, being open and closed during the different sessions. So that's it's going to be my next step. So for now, what I'm going to do is leave it just like it is. Well, not just like it is, but as far as not doing anything with the gable end doors, we're going to leave that just like it is for now, and see how this looks in the track during the different sessions with what we have here so far with the doors. So let's bring back the doors. It's these two guys. That's what we look like when we're closed. So during, say, testing session and any other session other than the full race, this is what it'll look like. Okay. I think at this point, I could probably go ahead and collapse. Yeah, let me do that. Let me go ahead and take building and these two here for the doors. I'm going to collapse those together, and then also the inside, so I can get this all done. So method of the madness there when it comes like that. So I think I've mentioned this many times before. In considering how many pieces that you've got to collapse, in a lot of cases it helps to break it down and not try to squish it all down all at once, because that can definitely step on the way the polys get oriented, to mess up your mapping. Some get, the way the compression gets applied, if you're adding too many objects at one time, can definitely be a detriment. So 74 hours. Wow, that's almost 2 full work weeks there. 1,807. See, I know, Evan, you had used a bunch of your fluids, I guess, as far as to participate in that giveaway for the Twitch anniversary. So, building them back up there again. I'm here just mussing around with some stuff. So I got you. Appreciate the lurk there, Evan, as you're working on other stuff. I tend to do that a lot of times in other people's streams too. Anyway, so getting back to what I was saying. Even though I've got at least 4 items here to collapse down, I think I'm going to take the building, and then we'll do the building 2 and put those 2 together, and then once we get that collapsed, and then we'll do the doors, as opposed to taking all 4 pieces and collapsing it all down in one fell swoop. I find it much more optimized, I guess, as far as if you break it down, even with only having 4 pieces, just to ensure, I guess, as far as nothing can get stepped on is all. Got who you gave it to? I think it was Racer James. I'm going by memory, but yeah, I think it was Racer James. 1 year and 3 months? Holy smokes, I didn't realize it was that long. Wow, time flies. I know I've been probably following your channel, I guess, as far as for both the same time, maybe a little longer. Racer James still hanging out there, he goes. Alright, so anyway, what I'm going to do is take the exterior and the interior. The way this is, I'm going to select these 2, get our hammer, and collapse that down. Collapse selected. Cool. So nothing funky happened there, so that's good. Look all the way around the model, make sure. So what I usually look for when I collapse the different parts is to make sure none of the polys turn black. You don't get any funkiness, I guess, as far as the way that goes. So far so good. I just like to look all the way around here and make sure nothing went on a whack, I guess, as far as the way the polys are presented in the viewport. That's a good indication that the collapse was a failure, and back it up and try it again. Okay, so we're still at building, so we got the interior and the exterior now collapsed together in one piece. Now we'll go get the rest of this. Now that I think of this, I don't know if I want to have... Yeah, I had a thought there. So what I was thinking of, do I want to have a separate model? And I was already talking about that, having too much poly weight to the overall 3DO. So a very key thing I guess to keep in mind there. So even though you've got, you know, as far as what your model is concerned, even though it's not showing during a certain session, those polys are still in the model, regardless of them being visible or not during a particular session, right? So the approach that I try to take, if I can, is to not have invisible polys during a certain session by adding more poly weight to the model overall, if that makes sense. So in this case here, when I collapse the interior and the exterior, when the doors are closed, obviously those polys are still going to be there. You just can't see it. So is it necessary to eliminate the interior when the doors are closed? That's what I was thinking of, I guess, as far as I did that. We're going to see how this works out for us here, and whether or not that's going to be conducive, I guess, to leave it like that, or to potentially make a separate deal, I guess, as far as that, you know, that breaks it down so that there's no polys in the interior. Now, keeping in mind the way I did the storage facility, we only had like 2 of those in the whole model that had the interior. So even though the doors were shut or closed, and we're using the transparency to control, you know, showing the doors open or closed, that's the same approach we'll take here. That those polys on the inside, even though the door's closed, are still there. So it comes down to the point: do we really want to have those polys still in there, even though the doors are closed and you can't see them? That's, you know, in some cases here, it might not be as much of a big deal here, but it's just it's the way my brain works as far as whether or not you want to have those types of things in there. The general rule of thumb that I usually take when, you know, thinking about these things is, if you can't see it, why have it there, right? But it comes down to, is it going to create additional poly weight trying to fix it for those polys not to show, as opposed to go ahead and just leave them there, even though you can't see them with certain things like the doors, in this case, not showing, or, you know, anyway, that's just the way my brain works, and that's the brain thought that I had there, I guess, as far as how to do it. Let's collapse the rest of this down. Collapse selected. Cool. So again, we're just going to go around here and make sure we don't see any craziness, I guess, as far as with the polys. And you'll notice, I guess, as far as if it, you'll get stepped on, I guess, as far as it'll turn dark, things like that. That's when you know that the collapse of the objects kind of went wonky, and you don't want to do that. That's what I'm noticing here. So we got it all collapsed. I just did it again. Alright, so now we've got it back down just the building. So we still got building, pinnacles, which are these guys, and then also the roof, still separate. Okay, so what I'm going to do for now, at least anyway, is save this scene. I'm going to bring the ground plane back. I'm going to reestablish my starting point. And we're going to put it to track side here like that. This is what we have so far. We're not doing anything to this gable in here, so for now. Just going to see what we got here and see how it looks in the track. I'm going to get it to that point at least anyway for now. We may necessarily end up applying that same inset as we did to the rest of the doors, just to, you know, but again, just to kind of see what we look like here for now. Let's see. Yeah, let me go ahead and save this now. I don't want to check. I want to look and see what do we got hidden still. So we got the roof peak. I noticed there was another ruler. And in here, where is that? That must be this plane here. Yep, right there. I made that to get the scaling for some that I remember from one of the previous streams. Get this proper scaling of the ribs here. So that's what I was using, I guess, to get that 1 foot. This is representative of 1 foot. Yeah, I still got this in here. So no matter where we put this, we got 1 foot between each rib. That was how we were able to get the proper scaling of that texture onto that. That's what this is representative of. I still have that in here. I'll leave it in here. We won't need it, I guess, as far as to make the what we export out to make our pass file, but let's go ahead and save it this way. This is going to be our starting point. Yeah, stay right over that one. build lanes. And now from here, we can get it all collapsed down. Okay. You know what I need to do? Let me look at my... I just had another thought. Lots of thoughts today. So what I wanted to also do... How did I design this here? So we can switch. We got this commented out here. We're going to uncomment this. Okay. And we're going to create a concession 2. So a separate pass file. So we're going to copy this line. And this is what we're going to use for creating that transparency, I guess, as far as to that area. Yeah, let's do this. Comment. There, cool. And this is going to be concession 2. And now I already designed this previously. I had it commented out, I guess up until now. I just took that out. So it'll actually be using this line. So we have a concession 1, which is for anything other than race, full race session. And then we got a concession 2 during the actual race, which is right here. That's what I'm creating in this one here. So we're going to go tier 1 concession. I'm going to have to put a 2 on this one. Okay, so this is one way we can do it. The more I think of this, I don't need to... I'm going to try it this way and see what... Yeah, so it kind of goes against what I was already saying, not creating a separate pass file to have the 2 different things there. I think I can probably put 2 of the same building. I might even go that way with it. Okay, hold on a second here. So what you can do... I haven't really focused as much on this as I would like to. So to load the... I kind of started it right here with the concession 2 already. With the storage facility. So the way I can go about this is have both models within the same pass file, and then you can pull out that mesh that you want to deal with, right? And that works like... I don't know if I got an example. Let me go back. Ah, crap. I don't know if I got an example of a pass file for that. Or PSG, let me see. Give me a second here. There's definitely more than one way to go about this anyway. Let's see here. I don't want to go about this. I need to go here. Let me open up window. Like this, and I want to open up the Texas track. I think I got an example of that in there, I think. Mesh, Texas, 2020. Pretty sure I do. I just want to look here real quick. Nope, that one's... Okay, that was more simple. Okay, hold on. Lights. One of these I know I do. I'm just trying to see if I got it. Full lights. No, okay. Oh, come on now. I know I've got one somewhere. I'm just trying to remember where I've got one. Do I have it? This might be... Okay, this is what I was talking about. So, this is what you can do. You could put all of your pieces you want to work with within one pass file, and then pull out those individual meshes by use of this mesh function. That's what I was looking for. So the fact that you call up the pass file, I guess, as far as by using mesh group, right? And then you pull out which mesh you want to work with, I guess, as far as for a particular container. So in this case, blank screen is going to use from this pass file, which calls this container. Dang it. My freaking mouse, stop doing that. So calling this container here is going to pull out this mesh name. So it all comes down to what you name your mesh within your model here. So the fact that we've got this called building, well, we'll be building, I guess, as far as once we get it all collapsed down. we can call these different pieces out. So I can make a building in a building 2, and then depending on what container I apply this to, I can call those different parts of the model in the pass file appropriately without making a separate pass file. In a lot of cases, that's the better route to go as opposed to creating 2 separate pass files. So there's two ways you can go about it. 2 separate pass files to accommodate, I guess, as far as that type of idea, or to just keep both models within the same pass file and calling out which part of that mesh that you want to use. So I think the approach I'm going to take to this, we're going to see how this works out for us. We're going to grab this here. We're going to change some of that. We can use some of that from this script and apply it to here. So yeah, I don't need this one here. I already copied. All right. It'll work out here in a second. Just bear with me. So we're not going to do a separate pass file. It's the whole idea here. So we're going to go like this. Paste. So this is going to create a mesh with no doors open. Or we're going to do this with doors open. Yeah, that's what I'll do. With doors open. Alright, that's what we're going to do. Okay, that's all it is a comment here. This doesn't do anything as far as the scripts go. It's just more of a notation. So this is going to create a mesh with the doors open. So we're going to create this as... do this as concession 2. That's just the container name. So the mesh we're going to call from concession 1. Place that. Calling from concession 1, which is the entire pass file. What is the name of that mesh? So what we want to do when we collapse this together is create a clone of the same building, right? Only one with the doors and one without the doors on there. Well, we're going to change the mapping to it. Let's put it that way. So another way you can do it, now even as I go through this motion, you can always do a copy mesh. I can't remember exactly what that function was. It kind of eludes me at the moment. But there is a copy mesh function too. So where you're calling from where your pass file, your container for your pass file, and you're saying, okay, go ahead and copy that, but then map this one to a different area, I guess, as far as my texture. So at least 3 different ways you can go about this. Alright, so even though I'm using that one, it still gives you an idea of what I'm talking about. Hopefully. So we want to call this one building 2 as far as the mesh is concerned. That's what I'm going to end up naming it. So let's do building 2. Okay. So overall, our one pass file is going to be named T1 concession. This is going to be the container for that. So in concession 2 for this container, we're calling from this mesh what's going to be called building 2, which is going to have the doors not open. So we're going to map that piece of the model, I guess, as far as to that trans area, right? So that's what we're going to do next here. We're going to got this all collapsed down. You know what I didn't do? Let me resave this here again. I need to convert this back to minimal poly. Let's check what I got hidden here. Okay, cool. I'm going to resave this real quick before I do anything. Alright, cool. Now I'm going to collapse this down as one building, one full piece. Collapse down the roof and all that good stuff. So we'll go building, roof, and then the pinnacles. Collapse that down. Alright. Make sure, is the video still going? The video's still going, cool. Make sure I didn't lose anybody. Alright, so collapse selected. Cool. That looks good so far. Nothing wonked out. Awesome. Alright, cool beans. So now we got that all collapsed down to one piece. The only thing we got to get out of here is the pieces that we don't want in our final model. So let's go ahead and unhide everything we don't want in here and get those out of here. So we're going to select all and keep nothing but the building. Bye bye. So this is the only thing we're left here. Now what I'll do is pivot, center that, and then also redo the X form. I get into the habit of doing that just to make sure that nothing's out of whack here. Most cases it's probably going to be fine, but this is the conform you want to have, I guess, as far as all around your model. A nice square thing, so it's going to go to the extremes, I guess, of the height and width and so on of the model. So as long as you don't see these corners out of shape, you know, as far as way over here or such, you see it in this conformity, then you're good to go. Here, go ahead and collapse that down. Cool. So this is our model we want to export, called building. Okay, so we're going to save this. Actually, from this point, we want to go edit clone and make that as a copy. We're going to call this building 2. So we're basically going to have one model over the top of each other. Where we're going to be able to control this in the pass file is through, let's go back to that. Where we're going to be able to control which one is showing during which session we define is going to be based on this container. So for this container, we're going to have the whole thing showing. Now, what we also want to do for this concession, this container, I should say, is to tell it which part of it that. So we want building for this one, and building 2 for this one. All right, so we're going to create another line for the concession 1 container, so we can separate those two out. So let's go this, copy that, paste that. Hopefully this will give a little bit more information on how these different functions work here. So with the mesh group as opposed to mesh, what this mesh function does, which I haven't used a whole lot of as of late, because we're technically only pulling whatever's going on with our whatever pass we create as far as what we export, and just using that at its base. But the fact that you do have the option to be able to pull different parts of that pass file, even though you might have several layers of more than one model in that pass file, you can tell the script what part that you want to use in these different state switches. And I haven't really focused on that as much as, you know, since doing such things as the animated video screen, the video frames. And this is much the same object. You can do it doesn't apply just to video, you know, video type of things, right? So yeah, hopefully this will just add another layer, I guess, as far as which the more tools in the toolbox that you have to use as far as when it comes to doing these types of things. So now that we've got this one, we're going to do this for concession 1. All right, hold on. I might have to rename these a little bit. So let's just do this one as concession. Yep, I'm going to do it this way. So I'm going to have to rename these labels, no problem. So from this container, yep. So all this container right here is doing is calling up our pass file. Now we're just telling it beyond that. And this is all with the flow of the script. So what do we want to do with this pass file? We're going to create a concession 1. What part of the mesh do we want that to pull out? In this case, we want, for this one, we want. Yep. So in concession 1, from this mesh, the mesh that's in this pass file, I want you to pull out on this one, building. That's for the first one that before we cloned it. And then in this one, in concession 2, again, from this one here, we're calling up this pass file. We want to use building 2. So this is how we're able to control which part of the mesh that is totally involved with this pass file, which one we want to work with in these different state switches. Hopefully that makes sense. So this container is just calling up the pass file itself. These two lines, as far as these two containers, are controlling what mesh we're pulling from that pass file. So the way I'm going to do this, when I export this out, I'm going to save this as a 3DS. We'll bring that into our Max 5, spit that out as a 3DS. Both models are going to be in there. But the way we script this, we're going to control, not that one. We're going to control which one shows when. Okay. All right, here we go. So we're going to go, got that all defined. So in our race weekend, we want during testing, qualifying, happy hour, and so on, we want concession 1 to show, which is going to be the doors closed. Okay. Concession 2, we're going to use the building that has the doors open. So that'll work out just fine. And then also we're going to add a population switch that's going to take into account when the building shows. So we already defined this up here. This is when the building will not show at all by depressing the O key in the sim. And then for that, we also, so instead what we're going to have to do, we have to change this one here. We've got to take into account these two deals. So we got to use, in this case here, we got to use weekend switch instead of concession 1 for that population switch, because that's going to, this weekend switch is going to take into account both models. But depending on which session that you're in is going to control how the population. So no matter if you're in testing, happy hour, and so on, or in race, this population switch is going to work like it's supposed to as far as to turn it on or off. So the only thing we got to change in this population switch is to add weekend switch container to, again, just to take into account. Now, previously we didn't use this weekend switch at all. We totally bypassed it by commenting it out, and we just went straight to the population switch. That's the only reason why this worked out for the previous model. In this case now, to make use of everything that we got in our script, we want to include that with our population switch. That's the only difference here. We got to change this, take into account the weekend switch, so no matter what state, what weekend switch that we're in, this population switch should work. And then from here, we're just outputting our 3DO, taking into account our population switch, which also takes into account our weekend switch, and carries that down into here to output our 3DO. So now that's our construct now at this point for our scripts. We're going to go ahead and save that. Okay, now all I got to do from here, we got both models. Again, just to show clarity, we got both of these are going to be in our pass file. Right? So we're going to go ahead and export this out as a 3DS. Let's put that into our working directory for that, which is right here, as a 3DS. And this is our previous export, I guess, for 3DS. So what I'm going to do is just rename this. I'll just do this as a 2, just to separate that so we don't step on this one. So just to show it, so we can always revert back. If that doesn't work out too well for us, we can always go back and not do that, and do it the way I just explained. We're just going to see how this works out for us, though. Alright, so spit that out. Yes, I want to maintain that. We're not worried about this because we can control the name of that texture based on the script. So this will come up there. The only reason why it's giving us this warning is because of that 3DS format. So it tends to step on how long the name of that can be, and that's normal. You don't need to worry about that though. Alright, so that entire model with both of these in here, they're going to be in here. We're going to confirm this as far as in our okay, so what I will do, just to ensure anything, and this is kind of just, you know, just kind of safeguarding myself here at this point. I'm pretty confident this is going to work the way I'm expecting it to. But just in case it don't, I'm going to go ahead and save this scene as a separate scene. So we'll do this as new. I'll just do this as collapse. I'll put a separate notation in here for this. So it may seem like it's a little bit more work to do this way. The only reason why it's probably seeming like that is because I'm explaining it all. In all actuality, it's it's a pretty nice. All right, so let's do that as a collapse. Cool. That way I know. So it's a totally separate scene, I guess, as far as from my other starting scene. Just in case something does go wrong, I got something else to fall back on. So now we got the 3DS out there. I'm going to confirm that I did spit that out. That one is right here. So this is the one we're going to work with right there for when we go into Max 5 to get our pass file. Let's refresh this. Alright, that's what we're going to do next. We're going to go ahead and close out Max here. There we go. So we're going to do ahead reset this. Yes, I do. And let's get completely out of that. And we're going to open up Max 5. So far, I'm glad. Yep, stream's still going good. Sweet. No video freeze, and we're all over 3 hours. Crap. Alright, we're getting to that point where we're going to get this in the track so we can actually test this out. I know it's a lot of, a lot of windbag in here, I guess, is on my part, but I appreciate everybody humoring me, I guess, as far as to explain these things. Just to kind of understand what's going on with what I'm doing here. Kind of like what we like to do here on Spline Design Studios Saturday. Kind of understand what's going on with what we're doing here. Alrighty then, so I'm going to switch over scenes here just a second and get Max 5 loaded up. Give me just a moment. Once I get that loaded up here, I'll turn her back on. Really got to clean up my desktop, that's for sure. Alright, here we go. You might hear a little bit of noise, I guess, as far as it loads here, and that's normal. And by noise, it's going to yell at me, I guess, for having more than one of the pass exporter plugin. Yes, yes. Alright, cool. Let's load it up. Alright, we are all loaded up. So here we are, Max 5. Now we're going to load up that 3DS that has those two different models in there. So what I didn't do, and I just realized at this point, I did not apply the mapping to the building 2 like I wanted to. So I can do that in Max 5 here. Should be able to do that. So we'll do that. So I kind of got a little bit ahead of myself there. So I forgot on that building 2, that part of the mesh, I wanted to map the door, I guess, as far as that other area of the texture. That's what I kind of missed. Not a big deal there, right? I can do that in this in Max 5 here. So let's do an import. We need to navigate to where do we save that 3DS file? That should be right in here. And we want to deal with this guy. I want to completely replace and do not convert the units. There we go. So what we should see in here is both models. So the only one I want to tackle is this guy, but I want to make sure I put the texture on both of them. Physically, both on both models. Alright. Okay. Yeah, so we can definitely see all that definition in that recess for the doors without even putting the texture on there. Looks pretty great. So the only thing I haven't got on at this point, which I was hoping to get to, I may not get to it today, I want to put the double-sided plane for the weather vanes on the pinnacles there. It'll look pretty cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and apply our texture. Let's open up our material editor. And we only need to use one sphere to do this. This same texture from both models. Oh, yeah, that's what's working on the flag there. We don't want that one. Modeling, mesh, cross, turn 1, 3S. We want to use this guy. So what I'm going to have to do, I got to make a TGA to take into account of that transparent area. So I'll have to do that first. Let me go ahead. We're going to load this guy in here because we can use... yeah, let me just get it to that point first. I need to make a TGA out of this. That's another thing I failed to do. That's going to definitely be a prerequisite. Why do I get... Well, that's for the jumbo screen. Okay. Probably don't need that anymore. We can close that one. That was just to get that script, to get the pieces that I needed from that one. Alright, so... need to make a TGA. That's what I need to do. So this bitmap that we have here, we need to open this up into WinMap 2. And in order to... I was doing some stuff here from Texas, I guess. Alrighty then. So we need to go to here. Modeling. It's got to re-navigate is all. Nope, we don't want that. This. Cross. And one session. I got a lot of projects going on here, so I need to open up this bitmap. So to take advantage of this being a transit area and apply that directly and physically to the model, this is how I can do that. And I've shown this. This is a little bit of a review. So to make a TGA with the transparency on it, we select TGA from here. And to get this swath filled in here, we got to do left shift and select that to get that swath in there. So the two items, you don't need to do anything with the type. Leave that one alone. TGA and then select the swath as far as like left shift and select the area that you want to be transparent. So anything you put in this area is going to be transparent on the model, but you have to have that TGA applied directly to the model for that transparency, that alpha channel to be applied to the model. Otherwise, you won't get any transparency whatsoever. This is a critical step. All right, so we're going to go ahead and save this as a TGA. You are working directory there, so just to confirm that it's in there. Fresh. There's our TGA right there. This is what we want to apply in our material editor in here. We're going to swap this out for the TGA instead of the bitmap. This one will have transparency. Now when we bring this in here, when we know we did it right, as far as they have the alpha channel, this should populate on the image alpha. If it don't, then you did something wrong. This is critical. The next critical piece, I guess, as far as getting that material applied directly to your models to have this image alpha. If you don't get this option, you need to get it to that point. So if you have to rerun it through WinMap 2 to make sure that you get that transparency, that's what you got to do. All right, so we got the building. That's the one piece here. We're going to apply that directly to the model. Like, oh, I see what it's doing. So the fact that we've got the two buildings in here, it's probably on there. Let's go ahead and hide building 2 for a second. Yeah, it is applied. So that's on building. So the fact that they're one model over top of each other, it did actually apply it to the model, so we're good. All right, so we'll bring the other one back. Got to get it applied to both models. All right, so make sure we got building 2. We did it on building. Now we need building 2 and apply the material directly to that piece. Like so. Now we got it applied to both with the image alpha. Now the only thing I didn't do, and this is what I'm going to correct while I'm in Max 5 here. I don't like doing it as much in here, but we'll go for it. So in building 2, I need to unwrap this. Holy crap, it's been a while since I've done it. Try to do it in here. I'll have to do this the long way. I don't usually do it in here. So that's the only excuse that I have, I guess, as far as to why. So we need to, in building 2, we need to select all of these doors. Like so. And then we want to open up the... Holy crap, I haven't done it in here in so long. Okay. Wow, this is such different in Max 5. So the only thing I'm doing here is taking all of these that I got selected. I need to adjust some things in here real quick. Hold on. This is why I don't like doing it here. It's such a primitive in comparison to the newer version of Max. It's definitely possible though. Let's go... I gotta go into here. We gotta change this to 1024 by 512. Oh my goodness. 1024 by 512. And we don't need to tile it. Okay. And then change the brightness. There we go. Cool. There. So there's our texture. So here's all of our doors that we want to put it over here. All these that we got selected on building 2. Keeping that in mind. We're going to move all these guys. Hang on. That's going to add the transparency to that. Enter the model. So on this particular part of the model, it's going to have transparency for that. on just the door. So we're not doing anything with these yet. Okay, so all that good. We'll go ahead and collapse that all. There we go. So now we've got everything that we need, I guess, as far as for our model to pass export this. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and file, export, and we want to navigate to remodeling, cache items, concession, 3ds, and we want to go pass file. And again, what I'm going to do for this one here, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can always reestablish this one here. So much differently, I guess, as far as the way I made a separate 3ds, I'm just going to go ahead and overwrite this one here. I can always resave that as our pass file, because this is what is being called for in our script. We got to ensure, I guess, as far as that the name of our pass file is what we're calling for in our script, which is right here. So that's the only reason why we have to be very precise, I guess, on that. Yep, I want to overwrite that. Who played that? Who played that? Torch did. Oh, was that? You were trying to get my attention there, Torch? Just making sure. Yeah, so video's still going. That's good. Yeah, we want to go ahead and overwrite that. Yeah, I'm getting at this point, I'm getting a little bit antsy as far as finally hit 500 hours. Oh, look at that. Sure did. I didn't notice that to your point. 500 hours. Noise. Very noise. Alright, so we just exported our pass file that has the two different meshes that are in our pass file. And we're controlling that, which one shows based on these two containers. Right? Cool. So far, so good. So now we can take all of our things. Now we've got everything that we need here at this point. Refresh this. Let me confirm that did just do this 4.9. Yep, 1 minute ago. Cool. We need this guy. We need our TGA, and we also need our script. And we need to put this in our make 3DO directory so we can actually compile this into a 3DO. Okay, so we're gonna go. I already got this already in here, like that. So we got all. These are all the files that you need by minimum to compile, I guess, your 3DO. As long as you got at least the raw TGA at this point, that's what we got applied to the model based on our pass, and then to call up our script to be able to put that all together. I will need to make a new MIP file based on this compliance now, because now we have transparency. So the current MIP that we have doesn't have that. So we'll have to make a new MIP based on this TGA. But for now, we need to run this through make 3DO. So I already got this all called up here. So we're in the directory. As long as you're in the directory that we're working with here for make 3DO, I like to keep it in my program files because it is a program. Even though it is a command prompt type of program, it's still a program nonetheless. So you might have it in a different location. So let's go ahead and call up the make 3DO utility. Like so. We're using a script, so -s. And then what's the name of our script is turn on concession. So you can either go ahead and type it right out, or you can go into the properties, copy it, make sure you're getting the proper name of it, and paste it right into like so, and .psg. We don't have any other parameters like reflection or anything to the model. We'll just spit that out. And there's our model. So if we open this up initially in 3D SimEd, there's our model. So at least to ensure whatever that the model is going to load and it doesn't look all funky in here, now we just need to get it into the track. So far we're in pretty good shape. Just opening up in 3D Sim to confirm that it went well. Now we can take this guy, cut that out. We'll paste this over to here. Actually, I'm going to make a backup of this one. This is the one without all the stuff we just did today. I'll back this one up just for now and paste that. This is our new thing. So we're going to make a new MIP file based on that new TGA, like I said. So let's do that next. Open this guy up in WinMIP 2. Oops, still got this open here. Let's close this one. I'm going to reopen WinMIP 2. Like so. Alright. Choose that TGA. So you're already going to have the parameters that you need already. All you need to do from this point Create your MIP. Don't need to change anything else. You already got your swath in there for what's going to be transparent. That's all you need to do. Let's go ahead and save as MIP file. We're going to put that right in that directory, and we'll move it over. Let it do its thing. Close that out. Now we got our new MIP file that has transparency at this point. So we'll cut it out of here. And again, much the same as the 3DO, I'll go ahead and I'll back this guy up just for now. Once I can confirm everything is working the way it should, I won't need these anymore. Okay. So there's our new model and our new texture. And now we can take these two, copy those into our track edit folder, which is gotta go back here a little bit, no problem. Need to go back to this folder. Here's our track edit folder. We'll paste these, and we're going to overwrite these in here. We already got the backups in our other location. Yep, these are going to be newer. Sweet. Now we can reload the track with our new model. We'll go that. So the only way to get an object to refresh in the sandbox is to close out the track and reopen it. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Yep, and again, I was doing some stuff, I guess, as far as with the Texas. I don't remember what I was doing, but that's where I'm pointing to. So we need to go to James's folder. 19. Here's our track edit folder, and we need to load up. What's the latest one? That would be this guy. This should load in our new model. So what it should load in as is race session. So it should, in theory, before we look at this, it should have the doors open in race session. So far it looks good. So this is the way it opens here by default, is in race session. So it's doing exactly the way we designed it. So the only thing we didn't do is create anything for the roof here. We only did the walls. So it may become necessary to do something to make an interior for the walls too, or for the roof, I should say. So that's normal. That's what I kind of expected was going to happen. I wasn't sure if we needed to do anything with the roof or not, but apparently it seems like we might need to. Even if to put a flat plane across the inside here, and not necessarily just clone, I guess, as far as the roof peak. You know, as far as for the exterior, we can just make a plane going across there so it has a ceiling, for example. That'd probably be fine. But that is what it looks like during race session. Now, if we go through the different race sessions, let's see how we did our script. So that's loading that part of the mesh that has the doors open. That's what I did as far as with the UV unwrap prior to pass export, right? So that's working beautifully so far. So now let's go into state variable. Let's go to testing. Should have the doors closed. If we did this right. There we go. So that thing is working exactly the way I have it scripted. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier. Now, even with the doors closed, right, we still got these interior panels that you can't see. And that was my debate, I guess, as far as like, would you necessarily want to have those? Now, you could probably tone down, I guess, as far as that building, with everything that we've done so far to this point, just like we did the changing where the location of the doors are mapped on the building 2. If we don't want those polys to show on that building 2, we can take those out on that part of the mesh, right? So that'll reduce the amount of poly weight that's to the model in total. So that's more versatility and adjustments that we can make to this. So on this state, as far as for with the doors shut, we can remove all the interior to it because you're not going to see any of that. I guess is the only point that I'm trying to make. So there's still some flexibility in what we can do to this model. But as far as functionality goes between the two, the different states, as far as let's check for qualifying and happy hour and so on. So we'll go to 1, and that should still be closed. It does add some items there, but still closed, and that's the way it should work. So the only time the door should be open is during that full race. We'll put it back on that. That functionality still seems to be working. Next thing I want to test, right? Yep, so those are open. That's exactly the way that should work. Now, with this state, we want to check our population switch. So regardless of what state that we're in, population switch should work both ways, or any way. So we do population. and let's turn it off. So this will be by depress of the O key to make it go away, to disappear. Oh, we gotta do 0. Okay, so that should be gone. Shouldn't be there. Completely gone. So I see Racer James doesn't have a population switch on this bad boy, and that's totally fine. You can have, that's not necessarily a detriment. You don't have to have, you know, you can pick and choose, I guess, as far as what items that you want still showing even by depress the OK in the game. The way we've got it scripted for this pavilion here, for this turn 1 concession, is to go away, cycling through the depress of the O key in the sim. And that's working like it should in that state. Let's check it in the closed door state. Alright, let's bring it back. Actually, we'll leave it that way. Let's go ahead and put it back to weekend on 0. So just change the state switch to weekend. And we are still got it in the turned off mode. And we'll be able to confirm that with everything else that's going, that we've added a population switch, just like the storage facility, for example. So this should still be gone, even in testing mode. It should not be visible, which it's not. And that's, so just to confirm, honestly, I need some, what? On training on that whole PSG stuff. Yeah, and that's kind of why I wanted to go through that more in depth, because I know I haven't put a lot of focus on how those different functions work. Right, so most of the time here, we're just calling up the pass file through one container, and not necessarily, you know, focusing as much. You can do this to any model, and this is what I've just proven. You can have all those different layers of meshes in your pass file. The way you're controlling when they show is by these containers. So the fact that we've got both buildings in different conformities, right? We're just showing them, we're controlling when they show. That's all we're doing. So rather than making 2 separate pass files, which is another way you could go about it, without creating 2 separate pass files that have a different conformity to each model, you can do it this way as well. And in most cases, this is the better way to go, because when you create the 2 pass files, both models are still there, regardless of what state you're in. Doing it this way, it basically erases or deletes the other model, and it's only going to show the one model. But in all entirety, no matter which way you go about it, both models are going to be in the 3DO. Right? So probably one fair mention, I guess, as far as what I'm trying to explain here, you're definitely going to see a change in the file size, and it might be pretty minimal, I guess, as far as with this building, right? But let me see if I can get to that point. So if we go here, so this model that I just created ends up being 53 kilobytes. And granted, it's small, I get that. But when you look at the original one, it was 22, right? So when we do the 2 pass files, this file will actually end up being even bigger. It'll end up actually being even bigger. So part of the reason why this one's almost twice the size now, we got an interior to it now. So that's more poly weight, as I already explained earlier. So that's another big part of the reason why we have that. Not so much for having the 2 separate models in there. When we reduce that other model, I guess as far as for building 2 to remove the inside when the doors are shut, this is going to get smaller. That's what we expect to see. So again, just for clarity, because as far as part of the reason why this is more than twice the size now is because we've got an interior to the one model. That's primarily what's happened. But because we got those additional polys on the building 2, which is mostly supposed to be for the closed door state, that's, this will get reduced here. So we can actually do that. You actually see how much reduction we get here. So it's at 53 kilobytes now. If we remove those polys on that second mesh for the interior to not show during the closed door state, this will go down a little bit more. So it might get down to, like, say 50 kilobytes, maybe even a little bit more. I can almost guarantee it, and I'm just speaking with experience there, so I'll leave it up to you guys, I guess, to try to test that theory out. There's more than one way to get to the same result. So either you use the 2 separate pass files to have a different conformity of each building, and then combine it. You use that function to combine them during the different race sessions, or do it this way where you can have it all in one pass file, and call those different pieces of mesh in the same pass file and tell it when you want it to show. Alright, so I'm going to leave that up there for a little bit just to kind of let you absorb that a little bit to understand what's going on. So, and neither way is really wrong. It really comes down to how big is your model overall. If it's a much bigger model, it might force you to have to want to take a different approach to it. In any case, hopefully the clarity, the takeaway from this is if you use two different pass files to deal with it, you have to keep in mind that it's probably going to be a lot bigger 3DO, especially if it's a bigger model overall, as compared to doing it this way. So the control of what piece of the mesh actually shows in the 3DO is much more optimized using this method. And I haven't shown that as much, I guess, as far as up until now, like I should have been. Like I said, most of what I've tried to show on stream, for the most part, is just how, just calling any form of model just in a pass file, just in one container, and not breaking it down as far as like, okay, what part of that mesh of that pass file do I want to actually work with in any one of these other containers, be it the weekend switch, population switch, and so on. So that's the main takeaway from that. So if there is any questions about what the heck is going on here, feel free to ask there. I think what I am going to do, though, I'm going to let you guys muddle around that there for a second here. I'm going to take a short little intermission. We're going to get all these things brought over, I guess, as far as to our game track, and we're going to actually test this out in the sim. Hope everybody's ready for that. We're just a little over 4 hours. Cool. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So I'm going to go ahead and take a short little recess, and we'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks. A little refresh. Okay, cool. Alright. How's everybody doing? Everybody alright, alright, alright. Oh, is that a, well, that's slots. That's a jackpot. There you go. Rigged, right? I would have to agree on that there, Richard James. Okay. Alright, so we're ready to get some of this stuff moved over. Whew, that was a lot to go over. So what I'm gonna have to make note of, what I want to do in that one scene for Max 14 is I want to adjust that mapping as well as some of that interior, as I already explained there earlier. That's some more refinement that I'm gonna make to that model, just to kind of reduce know, keeping in mind, you know, that's something to not take lightly. If you've got a much bigger model, it's going to make a big difference, you know, a bigger difference than what I've got here. So the fact that we're only dealing with 53 kilobytes and it's just one model. What I always like to think of as far as from a, you know, broader scale, you know, if you got a bigger model or if you've got anything in multiplicity, what size is that one model that you're applying in multiplicity? Yes. So again, I said I don't want to get it twisted, I guess, as far as that, you know, it's like it's 53 kilobytes, dude. It's like, what, you know, what's the big deal? I always like to keep in mind, it's the way my brain works, right? If I was to apply that in multiplicity or working on a much bigger model, I always like to keep it as reduced down as much as possible, but still maintaining it as far as from some level of detail. You got some big things set up now. We can make some more noise in your channel. Is that what it is there, Evan? We're always looking for that. Okay. You know, I didn't realize I had the let me turn that off. I didn't realize I had it on there. Kind of getting in the way. I apologize if that was in the way. I had that up there, I think, for the yeah, I think that was for the Twitch anniversary. Appreciate all the new follows, though. So hyped up now. Well, we'll see. I'll be the judge of that. Alright, let's get some things moved over here, though. We need to move that out. So I can either get it from here. So we didn't make any PTF changes. I want to make that abundantly clear. No PTF changes. The only thing that we adjusted was both the model and this texture. That's it. So even with all that being said and done, what we're reduced down to is only having to replace these two items in our track. So I don't have anything new, I guess, as far as what Racer James has shared, I guess, with me. So whatever I have from the last time here, what I got to work with. So that's what I'm going to move over. Let me switch this over to, hopefully this should work. Switching on over to this. Oh crap, that's the wrong button. My bad. Oh, you don't want that one. We want that guy. There we go. So all we're gonna do here, it's just a little bit of busy work, is move over stuff to our game track directory. Let's go here. Go to the track. And let's go to Lacrosse. That's where we need to put it. So now we just got to get it where we got to bring it from. Open this up in a new window. Where's James' folder? Actually, yeah, it won't matter where I bring. That was what I was just talking about. It doesn't matter where I grab it from, either from our working directory for our model or from the track edit folder. We'll get it from the track edit folder. Add an patience there. Point. Yeah. Where is? Yeah, as you can see, my desktop is a freaking disaster. Working on lots of other things. Non-Enter 2003 related. So, what do I do with James's folder? Damn it. Okay, so we need to go into the track edit folder, which is this guy. And we'll grab those two items. 3DO and the MIP. Those two guys right now. And we'll bring that over to our track game track directory. Yep, right there. And we're going to overwrite these. So far from what we've seen in Sandbox, it works exactly the way we expected it to. Good to go. So we're going to overwrite those guys. Cool beans. Now let's go ahead and get the track loaded up in the sim. Likely won't be much for a few weeks. On my end, I have a large scene. I am basically bouncing around on 15 different objects. Wow. Yeah, and that's you know, nothing wrong with that. I mean, we got plenty to work with here, I guess, as far as it stands here, Racer James. You can see what's going on. Let me switch this back here real quick. So for those that haven't seen or would like to see it again, there's plenty going on here, and I know you're working on a bunch of different stuff. Actually, let me switch this back out to population here. Gotta bring some stuff back. So we've been checking out all these state switches for our items at this stage of the game. We want to bring everything back Boom. There we go. Camera. So there's everything. So we are in. Now the state that I still had this in was testing. That's with the clothing. So if I put this back to race mode, it's back to weekend. We'll put it on 2. Yep. We want to be in full race mode. That should have the doors open. Yep. So it even populates all the other items there. Doors are open. Cool. So this is what it's going to look like in the sim. This is what we should expect to see during a race. That right there. Yeah, especially having that white trim, I guess as far as for the doors, it adds so much more clarity to that openness of that. And it might be even behoove us to leave these doors here alone. I might add some recess to it. That's about it. I won't make it so where they open. But at least do this much here. That turned out so freaking fantastic. It's going to look even better once I put the weather vanes up on the pinnacles. That's going to look freaking awesome. Might have some Texas work done by then. For a few weeks? Yeah. Is that about a few weeks? Yeah, I really need to get it one finished. It's understandable, you know, but the fact is, you know, we're getting into the warmer months here, too. It's understandable as far as you do some more stuff outside. Totally understandable. I get it. I get that way, too. And this looks so good. That turned out freaking great. Happy with it. So probably one of the other adjustments I'll be making to that is to add some type of ceiling to that. So either if I just do a simple plane across, you know, just a simple plane across to make a ceiling, or make, you know, just 2 simple planes, I guess, as far as follow the peak. I wouldn't necessarily need to copy the roof that we got there, for example. It can be relatively pretty simple just to kind of fill that in there so it doesn't have a hole in it. That's about the only thing I can see that needs to be adjusted, though. So good. Let me do this too while I'm thinking of it. We need a screenshot of that. Yeah, baby. Let's do that right there. We need a screenshot of this bad boy. Snip 2. Copy that. Paste this in here. Good deal. Alright, cool. We'll save that for later. I think that turned out awesome. I don't know what you guys think. I did similar on that. Oh, that one Watkins Glen building. Flat plane for the interior roof. Yeah, to me, I just think that you don't need to get too nuts, you know, and it's all about keeping it as simple as possible. So much the same as you did Racer James with this here, you know, to kind of reduce, you know, like the thickness of these here, the verticals, in comparison to the sill in the upper part of the opening there. You know, it's little things like that that it helps to reduce the model as much as possible, and it allows you to more freedom to add more detail in other areas, and still keeping it optimized. That's kind of the same approach I'm taking with this here too. Yeah. All right, so we'll leave it on that for a second. I'm gonna continue loading up the sim here, and we'll switch it over there once I get that loaded. I think I got my wheel set up for. Yep, I do. Wasn't sure if I had that there or not. Which texture you mean? Which texture did you mean there, Racer James? Oh, for next weekend. Gotcha. Yeah, so I see what you're saying there, Tor. So if James is going to be distant, I guess, as far, you know, having more new content, I guess, as far as for lacrosse, we'll have something for Texas. So we'll have something to show. The Glen building material. No, I got an idea, I guess, as far as what I'm going to do for this one. So that's not that big a deal. I see what you're saying. Just be something really simple. Nothing that. Just something really just to fill that in there. It'll look good. I got an idea for it. All right, let me switch this back over. Okay. Messaging me. Hold on. Un momento. Oh, and you send it to me anyway. He's like, I don't care if you want it or not. I'm sending it to you. Right. Yeah. I just heard my phone ding. It says like it's sending me that. So you've already seen, I guess, as far as what I got here. I guess as far what for the texture. right? The only area that I'm not using so far, and I'm going to need to update this wire. Let me back this up here now. Think of it. There we go. The only area that I'm not using so far is right here. So I can probably use that for the interior ceiling. Yep. So I maximize the use of this texture. That's for damn sure. Holy crap! But I do need to update the wire because we've got the areas for the trim in these two areas, and we also moved the one gable end up to here. So that's something else I'm gonna have to do. I'll do that post stream. Most of you already seen, I guess, as far as what I'm gonna end up doing as far as between those two different models, as far as where the doors are mapped for the two different pieces and such like that. So it'll make sense as far as by next time we show this. Oh, and I got it on the wrong screen. Dang it. He's like, you're all like, what the hell is he talking about? And this is what I'm talking about. So the way this texture is, I'm still using, I'm not using this area as of yet. And that's the area that will more than likely be used for that interior ceiling. So amongst the other things that didn't get updated was this gable end being up in this area. And obviously the doors on that building 2 part in this area. That's pretty much the only thing that's changed. So there's still room on this that I can use, I guess, as far as for putting such things. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you sending that though. Whether I use that or not, we'll see. Alright, are we ready to do this? Alright, let's switch it back. I just happened to look over there. I was like explaining all that stuff. I was like, what the heck is it? Y'all probably, hello? Scene? Alright, so we'll initially go here in testing for Lacrosse. Yep. We got our new model in here. So in testing here, that's the mode that we're in here. We should see the doors closed. Let's see how we did here. Bump, bump. Let's go to drive. There we go. A little bit of rev in there. So the doors are closed. Good deal. So let's do press the O key in this mode and see if it works out much the same as it does in Sandbox. Sure does. So that's via D press the O key, so it goes away in this session. And press it again. There we go. So that's working wonderfully. So let's go into a race session. Confirm that works all beautifully. Alright, now we'll go into a race session. And we'll initially, I might go ahead and race this thing too. I haven't been on this one. I got any of my Lacrosse fix. This is a super fun track to race on. I just run a short little stint there. Kind of fun. Okay, I'm gonna go into race weekend. So we want to go into single race. 42 cars, yes. 43 in all, including ourselves. Cool. Load it up. So we're making sure that obviously the track doesn't crash. That's first and foremost. Alright, and let's go ahead and drive. So it loads in this session too. No matter if in race or testing, we're loading just fine. And also depress the O key. Goes a bye-bye. And bring it back. Cool beans. So population switch and the weekend state switch is working so far. Once we get the race mode, as far as the full race, those doors should be open. That's what we should expect to see. Give me a second here. I'm gonna get my wheel moved over. That's the last thing. So I'm gonna mute the mic there just for a moment while I move the wheel over, and we'll be right back. I'm going nowhere. Okay, I just want to make sure video's still going, right? I'm going to turn off the background music here so you can also hear the game sounds. Y'all want to hear the game sounds, I'm sure. Okay, let's minimize that. Cool. Video's still going. Noish. Alright, so hopefully this stays this way, I guess, as far as like that. I've been staying optimistic, I guess, as far as for the majority of duration of the stream here, and so far seems to be true. So far. Let's, need to move this guy over. Yeah. Might get a little noisy, that's okay. Just me. Shifting some stuff over. Alrighty then. Now let's we're gonna go right to race. Got a car. We're gonna go right to race. We're gonna start from the back. That's the way we like to bench test these tracks. As far as starting all the way from the back, it's gonna force the graphics to be full bore, you know, everything rendering. All the cars ahead of us, all the objects, all the livery, to include that model we just applied in here. Alright, so the doors on that pavilion, turn 1 should be open. And
Drivers, start your engine.
everything is working fantastic. Alright, put a race in here. So we've got, how many laps on this? 20? Yep, 20 laps. Starting from the back. Let's see what we can do. Here goes nothing. Hope we're ready. I'm not. Super fun track to race on there. It still needs some adjustment to the AI. Even post-facting, as far as they do tend to still want to run into pit wall, but that's a minor issue, I feel.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll watch in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace car's in.
Start in a second.
Get ready. Crank our
Whoa, that's spun wheels. Easy on the brakes, just squeeze them. You don't want to mat the brakes. Oh, oh, a little tight, a little tight.
Inside. Still there.
It's short track racing, baby,
Still there.
at its best.
Clear low. One inside. 20. One.
Making a hole, making it wide.
2.
Coming through.
2. Still there. Still up there. Still up there. Still up there. Still up there.
I got a little bit of help there.
Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out.
I'm not
All the way
taking
to
that.
line. All the way to line.
You got into me a little bit. Taking a caution though. Oh my god, it's racing on this. It's short track racing at its best. There's the pace car.
Caution's
Get up there,
out.
guys.
Caution is out.
Oh, they're okay. They're holding up for the pace car.
Stay behind. 27.
27.
Behind. 27.
Yep.
Slow
Yeah, stay
down,
behind
Digger.
there.
It's got the defender on it.
Some cars got discombobulated there, so the grid's sorting itself out. That's good. Yep. They're all sorting themselves out. That's good. No one's wrecking again in here under caution. That's always a big problem with a lot of short tracks. In 2003 is that was relatively a really quick caution, and that's to be expected. But it's all on how the grid realigns itself, I guess, as far as based on when that caution comes out. What is with this guy in number 4? What is he doing? Steven.
Pace card. 50. 2.
Pass the pace car.
2. 6.
Oh, it is showing me a lap now. We need to pass. Oh, okay. I needed to pass the pace car.
27.
What? Alright, hold on. Something. What are y'all doing here? How did I get a lap down? Something ain't right. Alright, I guess it's sorting it out. It's sorting out. I feel it's still sorting itself out.
31.6.
See if it still tells me stay behind 27. Yep, so 27's going now too, so yep. They're all figuring it out. You gotta go around the pace. Oh god! Oh, let me through, let me through. Let me through. Yeah. So it took it a little bit, a second I guess, as far as to sort it out there, but yep. And it's probably because it was such a quick caution, so where everybody was on the field, and this is normal I guess as far as for a lot of short tracks.
7.
You know where you're at. It's as far as the way the standings go. Sometimes it just takes a lap, you know, for the game to, I guess, to catch up as far as to where everybody's supposed to be. You got to listen to your spotter. That's what it comes down to. As long as the track is built the way it's supposed to be, which this one is, just listen to your spotter. He'll tell you where to go. Stop, right?
30.60.
Junior this weekend? Nope. Crap. Oh. Green. Stop. Yeah, as far as that. Where was he at? I heard something about he was racing in an Xfinity. I didn't watch it, though.
To go right here.
Heard something about that. But it was only something I heard. I didn't actually see it. Oh, he's at Martinsville? Okay. Was that, wait. So today's Saturday. Did they race today?
40.4. 8. 7.
Probably gonna have one more lap of caution here, because looks like the,
Man, I'll call the green.
alright, we are going green. Okay, never mind.
I'll watch in front of you.
Like I said, just listen to the spotter.
Alright, man, pace cars in.
Come on, dude.
Get ready.
What are you doing? 27 years of being a dork here. Alright, we'll give him some room.
30.7. 9. 1.
I don't want to get him too far away from me.
Outside. Still up there.
Track is so racy, though.
Third high.
Ooh, gotta push there a little bit.
20.6. 6.
Might have flat spotted the tires, that's probably why it's handling. Oh! Freaking terrible. Okay, come on now. Wow. I think my tires, I might have blew my tires out, I guess, as far as that. Getting all discombobulated there earlier. The main takeaway from this here is how that our model is loading in here, and it's working just fine. So depending on where we are on the track, yeah, I think my tires are just shot.
Clear.
Only problem, it's pushing really bad in turns. Should have probably come in and changed the tires. Yep, probably should have. Yep, these tires are garbage. Definitely, if they weren't garbage then, they are now.
What the hell happened now?
Ooh, got a couple cars smoking in the pits there.
Both ends of this car fucked up. 23.
Tires are definitely something you gotta take care of, I guess, at this track. I should have probably pitted during that caution, like I said. Probably flat spotted them and just wrecked them. Could have been a little bit more, a little more racy. Eh. Pushing so bad in that corner. Not so bad in this corner. Oh my goodness.
Leader's coming up.
I see him.
Keep digging. Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line. Come on.
That one's solely on me.
Hit road's closed. Hit road's closed.
Let him by. Oh my goodness, he went way high. At least we get to monitor the AI behavior. Right? That was a pretty appropriate one. Wow. Wait. Did I already let... What in the heck? I need to get... You better stop. Yeah, he avoided me. Okay, cool.
One inside. Caution's out. Caution's out. Go ahead and get caught up. They're all over the racetrack. In turn 4.
I put myself 2 laps down. So I must have let him go around more than I should have. Right. That's my fault. Anyway, I let the leaders go by, but I think they went around me twice.
Pull over and let them go. One.
Oh, we'll be letting by. Yeah. So yeah, I let him go by more than once. That was my fault.
My man pit road will be.
I was monitoring, I guess, as far as the
I will pit second time by.
AI
Pull over and let
behavior.
him go.
Oh, second time.
Pull over and let him go.
Well, go, dang it. Yeah, at this point, we're just monitoring and observing AI behavior. Also, just to see where the frames are at, you know, being different levels of the film. Who am I supposed to stay behind?
Stay behind. 2 car.
2 car. All right, thank you. Like I said, just listen to your spotter.
Pull over and let him go.
Where's the 2?
40.
There's the 2.
5.4. 0. 8.
Yep, just gotta listen to your spotter. It's all it comes down to. That's why I see a lot of NR2000 racers. They just don't listen to. So, like I said, if the track is designed and done right as far as the I&I and whatever, it's gonna tell you what to do. You just gotta listen to what it says. So the fact that I didn't get going myself, that was a fault on my part. But they always want, a lot of NR2000 racers didn't want to blame the track, you know, as far as it not doing what it's supposed to. And I think it's a crock. You know, if the track is designed, I think that's part of the reason why, you know, those like myself and Racer James and even Torch designed the tracks, I guess, as far as to remove that full paw, I guess, as far as that is, you know, something wrong with the track. It's not. It's you. It's not the track. Alright, so we're 2 laps down, but we're just observing AI behavior at this point. I think some of them did come in the pit. Yeah, we're on the last lap, so
White flag, 1 to go at the line.
we got a 1 lap shootout?
1.
Nope, finish under caution.
2.
Gonna finish under caution, unfortunately. Oh well. I thought maybe for sure we would be a 1 lap shootout. I guess not. Yep. No 1 lap shootout, unfortunately. Sometimes you can get that though. So even with what you mentioned there, Rachel James, what you're still bouncing around doing on your end, we got a lot, you know, here to. Oh, dude, what are you stopping for?
Checker flag. Checker flag right here.
Wow. What's up with
Done a
that?
good job. Appreciate you working that hard there, Dean.
That's all post race. I don't even consider that to be an issue. This
Appreciate
is
everybody's hard work,
short
man.
track.
That's a
I mean, it's
good effort.
the fact that that type of thing happens post fact. That's not even. I don't even really consider that an issue. Some would necessarily kind of then argue. It's like, why do the AI stop? I guess as far as what, you know, after checkered flag, it's like it's a short track. You can pick any other short track that's out there, no matter if it's scratch built or not. Most of them have that issue, but I'm looking at this this pavilion's working. So the fact that it's elevated like that, a lot of that object for where that that building sits is not done yet. That's the only reason why it looks like it's floating. But take special note, I guess, as far as what that looks like from track side with the doors open and getting that level of interior. Turned out pretty good. I'm happy we spent as much time as we did done that way. Alright, cool. Hopefully that was enough for you folks. I know I'm spent. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. And hope everybody did enjoy, I guess, as far as I know that wasn't really much of a race, but this is going to be a fun track. Definitely. Let me go ahead and get out of there. You can watch some of the replays. So I saw some of the cars coming in the pits there. What lap was that on? Let me go around here. Let me pause. Pause. Thank you. Let me switch cars here. Oh, you almost got one there. So we only seen one jackpot, I guess, as far as between you and Mr. James. Yeah. So this from another angle. What I wanted to see is the cars that I saw coming in. They were smoking on the pit roads. That was. I forgot what lap that was. I didn't take note of what lap it was. Okay, nobody there. I couldn't even tell which ones it was. But it's, there's us. Let me go back. I wish there's a way to, you know, to go to a particular incident, I guess, on the track. That's one thing that is kind of lacking. What did you win? Oh, good on the skull. Okay. Pretty decent on the skull. Let me go this route here. I'm gonna change it to pit 1. Probably pit 2. Let's see who came on pit road that was smoking. Yeah, we'll go from this route.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, seen that. Yeah, what for? Yeah, the fact that we can't physically hit the pace car in this one here, and there's obviously reasons for that. Alright, what lap are we on? Position 7. Wait, we need to put this one on. That's what we need. We're on... Let's need to... Oh, I forgot how to switch that again. No, post race. Okay, so what lap was that on? Dadgummit, there were some cars that came down pits. There they are. I guess I didn't realize it was that. So which cars are those? 2 cars are there. One is smoking. One is Chase Elliott. I just want to see what did happen on that. So let's go to P1. I need to scroll this back and see what happened here. Did these two run into each other? What? When did he start smoking? Oh, wow. Okay. They're just racing along. Chase got into him, and he put him in a wall. Holy crap. Wow, that goes to show you how tight these guys like to run. That's just hard short track racing there. Okay, so that was the reason they came into pits. So that was just a... Then this guy's trying to keep it straight. He ran into the 21. Oh, he's trying to make it into the pits there. Yep, he made it. Yeah, those two made it, so they didn't hit the wall. Right? Came across my Bunko also junior this weekend. As far as racing on Lacrosse here? Yeah, so I guess the ratings, I guess, on Chase here for this mod would be pretty aggressive. Now, the fact that that car he got into is obviously a fictional. Oh, that dude says, I'm done. I'm not dealing with that anymore, so he parked it. So it looks like Chase probably came back out. Wow. This is all real time. He's getting some work done in his car, so obviously you got a little bit of damage hitting in it. Yeah, were you talking about on Lacrosse here? Holy crap, they removed his whole front end. Look at that. Holy mackerel, I didn't think he hit him that hard. Apparently he did though. That's when I spun out. But you got trapped on pit road, I guess, as far as while the caution came out. So Chase ended up being 2 laps down at this point. Well, how many laps did he end up down? So the 94, he's parked it. That's who Chase got into. Check out the replays on Twitter. You're from Martinsville. Yeah, I'll have to check out the highlights from that. I only heard about that he was getting back into the 88 car. That's about all I heard. Yeah, so at least anyway you can see. Oh man, that junior car, as far as the 8, that 8 car, he's got his front end off of it too. I guess that's they expected. I guess as far as short track racing, you're gonna start losing panels. But the damage models on this thing, it's like, whoa. That 91 car looks pretty cool. I like that scheme on that. The 8 car turned out really good too. It's got the more forward number. Definitely missing his front clip though, that's for sure. Much the same as the 9. So there are some fictionals that are in here for sure. Alright, so we're on lap 17. So Chase did come out, back out at least anyway. He's same number of laps down as I am. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Pretty cool. We get to see some of the AI behavior. And as these cars are going by, I'm just still observing this as far as how well that turn 1 pavilion or the concession, whatever. That's still something I'm taking into consideration to change that over, I guess, as far as with, we can get out of that. You gotta hear the music. Yeah, maybe we don't hear this in a while. Get the horns out. Who won this anyway? I don't even know who that is. I have no idea who that is. I don't know if that's a fictional. So if you're following the channel, you got the horns. That's right. It never gets old. I'm glad that the stream did stay solid, I guess, as far as for the whole duration there. And you were able to see, I guess, as far as from start to finish and with no interruption, hopefully. And I hope you did enjoy it. Alright, so we'll be streaming again here on the channel for Tuesday. For Truckin' Tuesday, Taco Truckin' Tuesday. We're trying to make that a thing here on the channel. So, y'all can feel free, I guess, as far as to join in on that. And if not, that's totally understandable. Yeah, so I guess my optimism and all the good vibes that everybody that showed up here today definitely kept the stream going. Hopefully it stays this way. I was really dreading against the fact that we would have to navigate over to YouTube. Just based on some of those problems we were having, I guess, as far as for that. So let me switch this back over here real quick. And okay, did I do that right? Whoop. There we go. So yeah, we got some work we got some cleanup to do, I guess, as far as on the model, to kind of clean up some of the stuff that we did. You know, I know what I need to do, but hopefully the main takeaway from all of this should be how you can design these models, I guess, as far as to not necessarily have to use separate pass files. Although that's not 100% wrong to do it that way. That's the way I've been showing it, so I kind of blame myself for not explaining further up until this point on how you can separate different parts of the pass file. So it kind of goes along the same lines of using levels of detail, as far as you can basically clone one part of it to show a different level of detail, I guess, as far as on one session, and then tone it down for all successive, either tone it up or tone it down depending on the different sessions or what you want to use. So that is the main takeaway that I was hoping that everybody would get from showing all that the way I did today. And definitely, as always, if there's any further explanation that needs to be made, I guess, as far as with what and what I did here today, as well as any other stream for that matter, feel free to ask. We got the Rock Nation Discord to be able to put those types of questions in there. Feel free to use that. Oh, keyboard. Yeah, so that is what the Discord, the Rock Nation Discord, is there for. Let me put the socials out there. They are also posted all over the channel. As far as the Twitter, we're on the Twitter, the Rock Nation Discord, and we got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as the forums for the website, splinedesignstudios.com. So hopefully you will feel free, I guess, as far as to check those out at your leisure. Who do we got in here? I'm gonna see if I can find a potential raid target, and if I do, we'll send you all off in style. I hope everybody does have a fantastic review. I know where I'm gonna go. He's still going ham, I guess, on Lost Ark. I think that's where we're gonna go. I think you guys will enjoy. We haven't been able to raid him in quite a long time. It's a rare John Von Zombie sighting, so I think that's where we're gonna go. He's playing some Lost Ark currently, and yeah, if you don't join in on the raid, it's totally your own choice. We're gonna go see John Von, and hopefully he'll come along with on the raid. And if not, it's fine. But keep in mind, you'll earn yourself those valuable units of fluids for joining in on the raid, and you will need those units of fluids, I guess, as far as participating in special events on the channel. So no problem, Evan. I'm gonna get that spray emote, the air freshener emote done here. I've tried a couple of different variations of that, and it didn't work out too well. So Alright, let me put the link in the chat. You can feel free to go there even as we speak. Or definitely consider, I guess, as far as joining in on the raid. For no other reason, I guess, as far as... But here's the link for those coming in. This is where we're going to be going. I will see you all over there, hopefully. If not, we'll see you again real soon. Alright, let me get this raid set up. I'm going to switch this over to raid soon. It'll work. Come on now. Cool beans. Alright, so everything is still working. I like it. Good, good, good. We need this to happen every week. Every darn Saturday, that's for sure. Just as we get in this raid set up here, I got the link in there. If you want to go over there right now, go ahead and over there. Just tell them I sent you. That's fine as well, just in case the raid doesn't go through. I need to go test out his new stuff that he's got over there too. Oh man, that's gonna work. Hold on. Raid. Oh no, work with me. You dirty rotten thing, it's not working. I'm glad I put the link out there because the raid is being super stupid right now. Oh my god. Killing me, Smalls. Appreciate everybody's patience though. Alright, there we go. I think the raid is queued. Alright, target acquired. Here we go. See you later, everybody. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. We'll see you again next stream. Bye for now.
Let's go.